The time is 6 p.m. I would like to begin our caucus before calling our legislative session to order. Council members, immediately following caucus, I will call our meeting to order. Mr. Truesdale will lead our roll call. The invocation this evening will be led by Councilwoman Rawls. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice President Green. For communications this evening, we have recognition of the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat's 35th anniversary. That will be led by Ms. Kimberly Rice, Chair, and Melissa Snyder, Executive Director. We will then move to courtesy of the floor. Followed by courtesy of the floor, we will have approval of minutes. This will be approval of minutes for the legislative session that occurred on June 13th, 2023. We will then move to reports of committees. The first report you will hear, I will lead on behalf of the Administration Committee on the work sessions that occurred on June 20th and June 21st of 2023. Next, you will hear from Chair Green on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023. Then you will hear a report from Chair Daniels on behalf of the Community and Economic Development Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023, followed by a report from Chair Rawls on behalf of the Parks, Recreation and Enrichment Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023. And the final committee report you will hear will be from Chair Lawson on behalf of the Public Works Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023. We do not have any ordinances for first reading. We do have one ordinance for amendment. That's Bill 5 of 2023. We do not have any ordinances for final passage. We will then move to resolutions. Resolution 29 of 2023, which we will vote upon. Resolution 47 of 2023, which we will vote upon. Resolution 49 of 2023, which we will vote upon. Resolution 50 of 2023, which we will vote upon. Resolution 51 of 2023 will move to the Administration Committee, and Resolution 52 of 2023 will move to the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there any old business for discussion, council members? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Any new business?
Yes, Madam President, just wanted to give an update on Hotspot Saturdays and send a reminder out for the new dates for the 2023 year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other new business?
Yes, Madam President, I wanted to speak about the 4th of July Food Truck Festival.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we will adjourn. The time is 6:03 p.m. I'd like to officially call our legislative session to order. Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Daniels.
Here.
Ms. Green.
Present.
Mr. Lawson. Here. Mr. Majors. Ms. Rose.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Bowers.
Present. Thank you. The invocation this evening will be led by Councilwoman Rawls. Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like us all to take a moment of silence for anyone who has lost a loved one this week. Also take a moment of silence for anyone who may be down on hard times, and we need to have them in our thoughts. Please take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rawls. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice President Green.
Thank you. If everyone could stand.
Thank you, Vice President Green. For communications this evening, we are joined by Ms. Kimberly Rice and Melissa Snyder in recognition of the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat's 35th anniversary. We've also been joined by Councilman Majors. Sure you can.
Hello, hello, okay.
Please just speak directly into the mic. As you know, we have some older technology in the room, so that's a reminder for everyone who comes up to the microphones to speak, please speak directly into them. Thank you.
I'll do my best. Okay, good evening, everyone. Honorable City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. It is truly an honor and a privilege. Thank you to everyone who came on board the riverboat for the Juneteenth event. It was our first celebration of Juneteenth, and we will do it again. You'll notice who's up there. Thanks to Glenn Williams and Melissa Snyder, who organized this and made it happen. It was a free event for our guests. Our board donated the use of the riverboat, the cost of the musicians, desserts, and drinks. We had close to 100 people in attendance with many dignitaries. City Council President Danielle Bowers was there, State Representative Patty Kim, Judge Royce Morris, former State Representative Sue Helm, who was actually the person that initiated the state legislation for Juneteenth, and the amazing Stevenson twins who performed for us, who were amazing, weren't they? I am Kim Rice, the chair of the Harrisburg Area Riverboat Society, which is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that runs the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat. I am following in the footsteps of my father, Fred Rice. He's a former county commissioner during the 1980s, one of the founders of the boat, and the second chairman of the board. That's how they got me into this. My father was one of the businessmen who worked with Mike Treffin and Mayor Reed to revitalize City Island and build our dear riverboat. This is not a full-time job, but a volunteer position with a board of all volunteers, many of whom you may know. Glenn Williams is here this evening. And you also may have met our administrative director, Melissa Snyder, who runs it all. She's a one-woman show. For some of us, this consumes a lot of time outside the regular workday and on weekends. Currently, there are 17 board members, including 2 CPAs, a local businessman, a journalist and multimedia expert, a boat mechanic. What a concept, a boat mechanic on a riverboat board. First ever, a construction shop teacher, hydrologist, a social media and public relations expert, a safety professional, project manager and training expert, and retired individuals who were a lawyer, teacher, bureau director, Army nurse, and a Parks and Recreation professional. So we have quite a diverse group of people, a lot of different backgrounds. So here's a brief history. Mike Treffin and his group of businessmen put together a plan to build a riverboat. The first one actually was smaller and it sank. Bummer. But they went back to the drawing board and actually traveled to New England to check out some of the other riverboats there and got plans to build a much bigger boat, actually the one we have today on the Susquehanna River. Building the boat was a monumental effort involving so many people. Fortunately, we have a history documented by Mike Treffin on the making of the riverboat. Little booklet. And it's he wrote everything down. So it's fantastic. So we know who did what, when. Thank goodness. I feel blessed that over the last year, I got to know Mike Treffin. Mike really dedicated his life to building and keeping the Pride cruising on the Susquehanna. Unfortunately, Mike passed away in early June this year. I'd like to share some fun facts about the Pride of the Susquehanna. The only authentic paddle wheel driven riverboat on the side of the Mississippi. Authentic means that our paddle wheels not only propel the vessel, but operating independently, they steer and turn the boat. The drive system for our vessel was totally unique when constructed between 1987 and 1988. It is a replica of the riverboats from the late 1800s. The Pride of the Susquehanna was built in Hummelstown, hoisted on a trailer and pulled by truck to its launch destination at the south end of the city island. It was built using local supplies, labor, and funds. The Pride of the Susquehanna took her maiden voyage on May 28th, 1988. The Pride resides on City Island and has never left except the flood in 1996. Her interior is beautiful, polished brass work. The bar has copper interior with brass tacks and a beautiful stained glass ceiling. The restroom doors are from the RMS Queen Mary, which is a retired ocean liner from 1934. The Pride is 65 feet long, 24 feet wide, approximately 100 tons. Propelled and steered by two 11 by 4 foot paddle wheels. The whistle was a gift from actor Telly Savalas. Remember Kojak? That's Telly Savalas, who visited the riverboat in the 1980s. There's an original song written for the Pride of the Susquehanna by the group Signature. Melissa has a copy of it. The Jeopardy TV show featured the Pride in an April 1997 episode where a contestant fielded the prompt, "You can take a 45-minute cruise on the paddle wheeler Pride of the Susquehanna in this capital city." Today, there are only 6 confirmed crafts still in operation in the United States, and we have one. I will quote our founder, Mike Treffin, who regularly repeated this statement whenever I heard him talk. He had to tell the same story over and over again, and it really hit. Who owns the riverboat? It's not the city. It's not the county. It's not the Tourism Bureau. It's not private business. It's the communities. We never forget that. We give back to the community all the time. We will have a Pride on the Pride Cruise to salute the LGBT community. We host Senior Mondays where seniors cruise for a reduced cost. We let veterans and members of the military ride free for all public cruises. Our free veteran cruises on Memorial Day is always packed. We did 2 cruises this year. Interestingly, this year's Memorial Day cruise, Mike Treffin, our founder, also a veteran of the Korean War, cast the wreath in the river as part of the Memorial Day ceremony. This was Mike's last cruise on the riverboat. We have had people on our 45-minute sightseeing cruises from all over the world. In fact, on our first cruise this season, we had a family from Texas, and they were so thrilled they got to ride the Pride with the mayor of Harrisburg. Some data we've collected, and we have a new system, so we keep track of where people are from, and it's wonderful. So 2022 data told us that passengers have come from 51 out of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, 36 out of 50 states in the United States. And we also had people come from Puerto Rico. We are looking forward to being part of the city's National Night Out program, in which we have agreed to provide cruises for those participating in the National Night Out. We can charter the Pride for weddings, reunions, parties, or various events. Whatever you need, we got it. We can make it happen. The Susquehanna River School on the Pride is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. It is a unique floating classroom experience established in 1998 to properly take advantage of the educational possibilities presented by the Susquehanna River. Collaborations with private, public, and higher education entities, as well as after-school, summer, and community programs for all ages, has taught the history and ecology, along with advocated for the understanding of environmental issues concerning the Susquehanna River and our region to thousands of young and old. With EITC monies and additional donations, we are able to offer free river school to all students on Saturdays, which I think is amazing. It's been calculated that the Pride of the Susquehanna has an annual economic impact of $2,920,000. But now keep in mind, boats are expensive to operate and maintain. The pandemic hurt us. We ran very few programs, and those we ran were at 25% of the capacity. We barely made it through those years. As you all know, many businesses folded during that time. We recently applied for the Dauphin County Tourism Grant and feel very blessed to have received $24,000 from them. Our operating budget is $475,850 annually. That's this year anyway. We always apply for grants on an ongoing basis, seek out corporate sponsorships, and have events to raise money. Our biggest source of revenue during our season is public cruises and charter cruises. Our most popular event is the monthly Murder Mystery Cruise, which is usually always sold out. Is it all sold out this year? It is. Almost. But here's the tough news. Our riverboat is 35 years old. We need a new hull. And at minimum, we need to repair the old one. We need a new electrical system. Here's the problem. Our electrical system is so old, today's electricians don't know how to fix it. It's obsolete wiring. And eventually, we need a new engine. Going to my last ops meeting was very depressing. We have triumphed through the pandemic, mechanical issues, hull repairs, management changes, and stayed afloat. So please consider partnering with us more to help the Pride of the Susquehanna stay the treasure of the river and let it help continue to bring economic development to Harrisburg. Let's make it happen. Oh yeah, please go to hbgriverboat.org to find other cruises, murder mysteries, princess and superheroes, rock the boat, jazz on the river, dinner cruises with top-notch food and entertainment, and much more. Join us, spread the word, ride the pride. Any questions?
Thank you so much for joining us, for sharing. I do have a proclamation I'd like to share. Much of the information you've shared in your presentation, so just please indulge me for a moment. The City of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Office of City Council and Office of City Clerk. Excuse me. Proclamation. Whereas the City of Harrisburg applauds the Harrisburg Area Riverboat Society for their dedication to operating and preserving the pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat for 35 years. And whereas the Harrisburg Area Riverboat Society is a nonprofit organization that operates the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat. And whereas the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat was founded by the late Mike Treffin, the riverboat was dedicated on June 11th, 1988. And whereas the Pride of the Susquehanna is one of 6 authentic paddle wheel riverboats in the United States. The Pride of the Susquehanna is the only authentic paddle wheel riverboat on this side of the Mississippi River. And whereas the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat launches every season from May through October, offering daily public cruises at an affordable cost along the Susquehanna River. And whereas the Pride of the Susquehanna offers a variety of public cruises, including 45-minute sightseeing tours, sunset dinner on the Susquehanna, murder mystery dinner cruise, jazzing on the Pride, rock the boat, senior Mondays, river tunes, princess and ferry cruise, superhero cruise, tacos and tequila Tuesdays, wine on Wednesday, and brunch on the boat. And whereas the Pride of the Susquehanna is available for weddings, family reunions, parties, and business or corporate outings. And now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that Harrisburg City Council commends the Harrisburg Area Riverboat Society for their passion in promoting tourism, economic development, and education about the history and ecology of the Susquehanna River through the Pride of the Susquehanna Riverboat programming. And be it further proclaimed that Harrisburg City Council wishes to extend best wishes for a successful 35th anniversary season. Signed and attested in the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Assistant City Clerk Jared Truesdale, Danielle L. Bowers, Harrisburg City Council. Wouldn't mind joining us for a picture? Thank you. Mr. Glenn, please join us for a photo. Thank you.
The Pride of the Susquehanna always did a reserved July cruise. We've had some issues with some parking. So this year it will not be reserved. It'll be a come first, serve first. I'll be on the island starting at 6 o'clock on Tuesday for the 4th of July, selling tickets as a $75 max or 75 person max at $20. And it is an hour and 15-minute cruise. So the captain will find a really great space for people to be able to watch the fireworks. So I just want to let everybody know that.
Thank you very much. We will now move to courtesy of the floor. Just a few housekeeping notes before we begin. If you could please state your name and your address for the meeting record. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your address, please share the vicinity in which you live. You will have 2 minutes to share your comments. Mr. Truesdale will serve as our timekeeper, and I will begin to my right. Is there anyone to my right that would like to offer public comment?
Good evening, council, citizens of Harrisburg. My name is Les Ford. My residential address is 2033 Bellevue Road, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. My second address is 1824 North 4th Street in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. There are many times when I spend more time there than I do at my residence. I'm the director of the Heinz Mimicker Senior Center, and I'm here tonight to speak concerning the Bill 5, 2023, an ordinance appropriating American Rescue Plan Act funds to entities within the city of Harrisburg. I'm here once again to plead for some support. We took a tremendous hit. The previous speaker talked about the Pride taking a hit. We took a hit during COVID, from which we are having trouble recovering without action from the city on this matter. And I think it is within the purview of this and scope of this American Rescue Plan Funding Act. Without that aid, I am afraid that the Heinz Center, which has been an institution in this city since the early 70s, and we have been in this building since 1992. This building was dedicated in 1992 and has served the senior citizens of Harrisburg and the surrounding area faithfully since then at great cost to the organization, quite frankly. So coming out of COVID, we are looking to have some direct, measurable, significant financial help from the city, and I hope the council will consider that. I'm here tonight, consider and approve. I'm here tonight to bear witness. Initially, I was not going to come, but then I said, I want to bear witness. This is the Quaker state. The Quakers have a philosophy of bearing witness. I want to bear witness to what council decides to do with the money appropriated to the city and is currently available and waiting for council's disbursement, council's approval of disbursements. So I hope the Heinz Center will be considered in that to a significant amount. Significant amount to me is something in the six figures, 100,000 plus, but I will leave it at that. So I'm here to ask once again, make a final plea to City Council to step up and make the senior citizens of the city of Harrisburg and the surrounding area proud of you. We have a one of a kind. The pride of Susquehanna is a one of a kind. We have a one of a kind at 1824 North 4th Street in Harrisburg, and I expect City Council to respond appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think there are a number of people, not sure who would like to go next. Okay,
My name's James.
can you please speak into the microphone? I'm sorry.
My
Thank you.
name's James Robinson. I live up around Minnick Street and I go to the Heinz Center for food on Tuesdays and whatever. And there's days that it opens up at 9 o'clock. Sometimes I get there close to 10 o'clock. There's no food. Of course, I tell them I'll come back the next week. But the thing is, I'm here to represent them, to ask you, would you try hard to give them what they need so they can keep supporting the neighborhood and everyone else? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Follow up on last. My name's Brian Kopp. I'm a Harrisburg City resident, and I live up on the hill on Market Street. So my real estate taxes help support the city. But anyway, I'm 75. I'm a member of the Heinz Senior Center, and here to just again to follow up on the needs for additional funds. In fact, actually, we still have meals, okay, noon meals, but a lot of the activities like senior exercises and stuff like that are temporarily discontinued due to lack of funds. And basically, that's just the same thing here to, ask for you guys to give support. And the only thing that I probably would say is I brought my Father's Day cup that, I got just last week. And on there's an American flag. Okay, my kids got me this, right? But the reading on the other side is this, okay, which I think is cute. But it says, "Old lives matter." Okay. All right. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Roxanne Mayfield. I live in Enola, but I attend the Heinz Center. And in December of 2017, I retired from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So I was thinking, what am I going to do with my time? So I had a cousin I have a cousin that was attending the Heinz Center, and he invited me to come. So I enjoyed being there with the other seniors, playing the different games they offered. When I was a child, I learned how to do crocheting. So I never learned properly how to end the stitch on the end, but by me attending Heinz Center, they showed me how to do all different types of crafts, make hats, scarves, things like this. So we really appreciate having the funds come to the Heinz Center. There's a lot of people that need to go there so they feel part and have like an everyday life, such as, we that can get around better than they can have. So I'm just asking, would you please allocate the funds for the Heinz Center? Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one moment. Is there anyone else to the right that would like to offer public comment? Don't want to miss anybody. Thank you.
Council, Timothy Miller, Senior, 2222 North 4th Street, Harrisburg. I recently became a member of the Heinz Center just recently. They really are in need of more funds. Tuesday through Friday, they offer meals. The meals, the quality of them is really poor. There are no activities. It's been, I guess, since COVID. It's COVID is over. We ask that you can please allocate the funds needed for that and possibly put more nutrition on our plates on the meals. I'm an honorably discharged veteran. I can't see where the American Rescue Plan, where these funds aren't being allocated properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, my right? Okay, anyone in the middle section that would like to offer public comment?
Good evening, council members. My name is Jonna Seaton, and I live at 119 South Street in Harrisburg. I've lived there on South Street for over 30 years, and parking has become a problem, and I'm sure you know this. This request began back in November of 2020. In the handout that I've provided, you'll see the steps that have been taken. COVID, of course, interrupted life. Angela Enos, with the support of her husband, John, initiated this progress. She did extensive research on parking availability in city neighborhoods. She then presented her findings along with parking area maps, photos, signed petitions of neighbors impacted by the lack of parking to the Harrisburg Parking Authority and the Harrisburg Planning Commission. Both groups approved the measure and said City Council should come up with a plan. Let me repeat that. Both groups supported this measure and asked City Council to come up with a plan. Angela and John have moved from the area, but the parking issues remain. We're here to present this again. It was presented to this council on October 4th, 2022. Packets were handed out to each council member. Please come up with a plan for residential parking on Pine Street. We know you have a very difficult job, many things to consider as we've seen tonight. We all appreciate your compassion and going forward and trying to get things done for the city of Harrisburg. I love the city of Harrisburg, and I feel sorry for the poor senior citizens in the Presbyterian apartments who have to park blocks away, and some of them don't walk very well. And it's just a neighborhood problem. I know it's a first world problem, but I'm hoping that this council can recommend things and get the thing done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Sheila Ford. I live at 2033 Bellevue Road in the city of Harrisburg. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Heinz Medicare Senior Center and to support the proposal that a portion of the ARPA funds be used for the purpose of providing additional funding to continue to secure the building and to provide a safe, comfortable, engaged place for seniors and for others within our community. You know, tomorrow at the Heinz Senior Center, where I volunteer, I should add, there will be a party for a community member who was turning 97. Maybe I'm off by a year. Who's counting? That's an accomplishment, right? Okay. She wanted to have it at the Heinz Senior Center because she's been a member there. She is a friend, she is a neighbor, she is your community person. She is your constituent. Mr. Ford talked about the fact that the Heinz Center, like other entities within this community, suffered during COVID. Nonetheless, he managed to get a number of seniors vaccinated at a time when that wasn't happening. The oldest person to come through for that vaccination was, wait for it, 106. These are the most senior members of our community. But I don't want to leave you with a sense that those are the only people who attend the Heinz Senior Center. The Speaker of the House will be there sometime this week, the newest Speaker of the House. We are open for baby showers, wedding showers. There will be 2 birthdays of relative youngsters. They will be turning 90. So that will happen all within this week. That tells you something about the people who are present there, but also you should understand that there is a great diversity in terms of the people who come to the senior center. Mr. Rodriguez was engaged and by providing dinner and movies for the seniors there for a time, and others of you have been there. This is an important cultural and civic institution in our community. Others of that sort have gone by the wayside. I've been here long enough to see that. Please support us. Mr. Ford talked about a 6-figure. Let me put $150,000 on the table. That is not a lot of money relative to, I'll be finished in 10 seconds. Okay. Threw me off. Relative to the capital needs of the center and what it provides in terms of the return on your investment. Please think about that. Thank you very much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, although that's not my job.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the middle section that would like to offer public comment?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Nicole Echols. I live in the surrounding area of North 18th Street. You guys see me again. I do want to put this on record. Thank you, Jocelyn Ross and Miss Green, for getting back to me on my issues that I had in my community. I know I sent emails to everyone on the board, but these 2 ladies were the ones that actually reached out to me. Thank you. And I also want to give Miss Veronica, she's the office of the city engineer. She actually took time out of her day. She took time out of her day to come into my neighborhood and had a conversation with me about the issues that I'm having as far as stop signs, my lights. I respect her a lot. Me and her been in emails. I have an email right here. We've been in contact. But for her to take time out of her day in this busy city to actually come speak to a resident, wow. So when you guys see her, tell her that Nicole said thank you personally, because she didn't have to do that. We went from block to block. I'm getting new stop signs soon. She's going to control the traffic on her street. She didn't have to do that at all. But again, I do want to recommend Ms. Ross and Ms. Green for taking care of that serious issue that I had in my block. And I also want to oppose the building of 1001 North 18th Street, the old Woodward lot. I oppose that developer, and I'm speaking on behalf of me and my community. I oppose that new developer that is trying to build 58 subsidized housing in our community. I just want to leave you with this. When a resident of the city sends an email to you guys, I know you guys are busy, but take the time out to respond to us. Just take the time out to come to our community. I had my email in there. I had my phone number. Now that the whole panel, I had 2 representatives reach out to me. So I ask you guys again, you guys sit up here at City Council, just respond to our emails. Thank you.
There is a community conversation in reference to that particular development next Thursday, July 6th from 6 to 7 at Harris AME Zine. Okay, just wanted to make sure everybody was aware. You're welcome. Is there anyone else in the middle section that would like to offer public comment? Seeing and hearing no one, anyone to my left?
I am Monique Bryan. I am back. So I live in the Uptown area, and I am here on behalf of 2 circumstances. So I will speak on behalf of the Heinz Senior Center. So I have 3 children. 2 of them have
been there in the neighborhood centers to have their proms there. And I've come through there for many other occasions and more so recent for the neighbors in the development where I currently live. So basically, whatever you guys can do to please do what you're supposed to do, not being rude, sorry. And then on behalf of the residents at Governor Square, McClay Street Apartments, whatever other name you want to have, still very disappointed on the outcome of help of any circumstance. I've talked to several people. I've never been in any time of my 54 years of living of not getting a greater response. And I know that circumstance, you know, is probably something a lot of people's hands, but we should at least have some type of conversation. We should at least be approached, not ignored. You know, like, and it's not just the city level. You know, I talked to at least two of y'all, but like, I really do feel as though we should have had a little bit more, some type of output. And, you know, I feel how I feel, but it's no blatant disrespect to no one particular, but it just, people ask, it's like, what is the city doing? I'm like, I think their hands are tied, you know, because we do have conversations and stuff, but nothing has been reputed as anything that shows, you know, in a greater level of concern. And it's like I said, maybe your hands are tied. So basically, you know, moving forward, I hope that we could be a little bit more open to dialogue, because it's not just you guys. Like, there's other entities, like the one I, you know, can say the county. We talked. That's pretty much it. You know, in Patty County, we can't do nothing. Of course, the governor, they can't do anything. They all say come to the city. So, like I said, to the two people that I did really dialogue with, no disrespect. It's just like nobody's really doing nothing for us. Peace out.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. And as you know, and I think everyone's aware, there's pending litigation with respect to Governor Square that limits our ability really to speak to those matters. And I'll leave it at that.
They're the worst slumlords in the city of Harrisburg.
Okay. And I will note for the record that the solicitor did note that, and I will quote that they are the worst slumlords within the city of Harrisburg. So we have litigation that we're trying to be able to address those issues. And thank you.
Just a point of information and an invitation. We've had one community meeting at the Heinz Center, informally two. We would like to offer that facility because that is one of the functions that we serve as a community forum. So we've had one community conversation on that very issue. We expect to have more, and it makes perfect sense. We're right there in that neighborhood. We try to serve our neighborhood, our city. The council chooses to have an informational session just to tell people where you are or which way you intend to go or not go, then we offer that facility because that is why it is there.
All right, Mr. Ford, I'll reach out to you thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my left? I believe you were approaching the.
I just want to say something after Mr. Ford, that I've been to the center and we've had meetings
Excuse me,
there.
can you please state your name and your
My
address for the
name,
record?
my name.
Just for the meeting record, thank you.
Is Mrs. Joyce Vanderhorst Gamble. I reside at 2908 Parkside Lane, Harrisburg, PA. The alternate address is 2033 North 4th Street, Harrisburg, PA. We've had several meetings as a community activist myself, as been organizing Governor Square for the past year, and nothing has been done. Okay, we even had a developer come to the city council meeting last year and nothing is being done. Meanwhile, people are making backroom proposals and ideas of what they want to do with Governor Square while the Catherine Hershey School is being developed. Meanwhile, the Hudson building is now completed and he never told the community what his plans were. He got $8 million to flip the building, from my understanding, and what flip means wholesale, it means that he's going to sell the building and be gone. Meanwhile, the uptown community does not know anything what is going on. And you know what? Enough is enough. We organized a Stop the Violence committee for 5 days. And you know what? People of the community, just like this lady, I have to applaud her. Enough is enough. The community is on the rise. Believe it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Harrison, and I reside in the 2400 block of Dairy Street. And I come here tonight because I want to know who I could report to or ask how we can get, there's a lot of accidents that happens on that street. It's just like a freeway. People just drive just unruly. It's just ridiculous. And so I was wondering how we could go about getting speed bumps, stop signs somewhere in that area to try and slow the traffic down. Last summer, I had somebody, it was an accident. They ran up on my front porch, knocked the railing down of the house, just inches away from the gas line, which could, if they would have hit it, it would have just been a disaster. But time after time, you ask the police officers, who could we report to? And I know they have records of how many accidents that happen on those. And there's also other areas in that area, not close there, but that have the speed bumps. And just trying to reach out, see if we can get somebody to make an improvement there, because someone is really going to be hurt.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, I'm not sure how long you intend to stay, but if you wouldn't mind, following up with Councilman Lawson, he's the chair of our Public Works. That would be under the Bureau of Traffic and Engineering. That could assist.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my left that would like to offer public comment?
Hello, my name is Shavetta Maynard, and I live at 47 North 16th Street in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. This is my first time here at one of the meetings. I would try to join more often if it makes a difference. I'm here on a complaint about housing. I have a Section 8 voucher. I have a full-time job. I have a part-time job. I have 2 children. One that I birthed, one that I inherited from my sister's death. I'm trying to move out of the area that I live in between Regina and Park Street. It's like a war zone over there. I think the only thing that could happen at this point is for me or one of my children to come outside and one of us get shot. My window's been shot out last summer where a kid got killed 2 doors down from me due to the neighbor and the people that she keeps in the vicinity, younger kids. My children are 19 and 18. One in secondary school will be graduated next year. My other one is in college, which went to Milton Hershey and finished school with a paid scholarship through them. They're both good kids. They don't run the streets. When not in school, I keep them with a part-time job just to keep them busy, to keep them away from the streets. I'm just looking to go into a safer neighborhood, quieter. I'm not so scared for my daughter. However, I am scared for my nephew because the boys are grabbing guns on their way out the door like they're grabbing their jacket. So my cry is basically if my nephew looks at one of these kids wrong, or they even just catch eye contact, it might not even be a wrong look. It just come out the house and catch eye contact. It's a what you're looking at. And then if he speaks on it, they're going to pull out a gun and shoot him. That's my worry. That's my concern. I have applied for 70 properties from the month of April, the end of April, up until now. And My credit is not bad. It's not the greatest, but it's not bad. They bite for my application when I apply on Zillow. However, once they start looking at the, once they call me and start talking to me and I say Section 8, they don't want to deal with me anymore. They don't accept Section 8. They are not, that thing really tears it up. They don't go through with it. It's just like, we don't deal with Section 8. We're not qualified for Section 8 or, no. So I want to know, what is the city of Harrisburg doing about these landlords not accepting the Section 8 vouchers? Because that's just as good as my paycheck money that I'm dishing out. I pay the majority of my rent, but they do help me where I can't pick up that other portion.
Yes, so several years ago, we introduced an anti-discrimination, an anti-source of income discrimination bill. I've asked the city solicitor to reintroduce it again, and we're supposed to have it down either by the end. I wasn't sure. It seemed like it would have been the end of this session, but maybe next year. But right now, technically, landlords can discriminate based on the source of income of a tenant.
Well, I do
that's-
have income. I
so-
can,
Yeah, the
Right.
source of income, so they can say not Section 8,
Right.
but, employment, or they can even say in some cases, not Social Security, so the source of your income is not a protected category, unfortunately, and we're trying to fix that at the city level.
At the city level, and then, because that's a state law, so the state says that landlords can legally do that. So I know there's been a push, and I got your email today at 3:01 PM.
oh, that
I was in
good.
the process of trying to respond to you. I was sitting up here, so I wasn't on my phone looking at Facebook or Instagram or checking on my son. I literally was getting ready to respond to you, and I will follow up with you because the housing falls under building and housing. So again, the state law does allow that, unfortunately, to occur. There has been efforts in the past to have the PA legislature ask them to introduce a resolution or a bill to require the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission to outlaw that practice of source of income law discrimination. I will give you a contact for Representative Patty Kim's office as well. This is something that, as Councilwoman Daniels noted, we'll try to do at the city level, given the way Pennsylvania's law is structured. Philly and Pittsburgh have a little bit more flexibility. The other cities that fall under the rest of the Commonwealth don't. So I will respond to you, and I will get back to you on that specific issue.
Thank you. I
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my left that would like to offer public comment? Okay, one final thought, Mrs. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheila Dow Ford, 2033 Bellevue Road. I wanted to go back to Governor Square, of course, because the reality is that, as far as I know, there is no ordinance or law that would preclude you as city council members or the city administration. I can be corrected on this, but I would advise you to speak to your counselor about this, that would preclude you from talking to residents. Mr. Ford at Hines Senior Center has actually been asked to go to court with individuals who live in Governor Square who have been evicted. That's a problem. That's a problem. It is not a problem necessarily for the Hines Senior Center. It is a problem for the city. I speak to the members of the administration who are seated behind us, and I speak to you. This has happened in other places. That is a 222 unit development, low income and moderate income. I have spoken to people because they have come to Mr. Ford and he has asked me to help. That is not our job. That is your job. That is your job. We can help. 222. If people are evicted, that changes the dynamic of this community. I know you know that. I am not trying to patronize you. I am saying something must be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I did. Sure. If you could please state your name and your address for the meeting record, and you'll have 2 minutes to share your comment.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, I appreciate that. Stephen Gristo, 2531 Bow Street. I am sent here to work in the city and different places as a caregiver. And also I minister here in the city as well. I'm wondering about the old Sacred Heart School on Cameron Street, which I used to attend back in the 60s. That was recently torn down. What about this nightclub Savannah's right across from it? Are they tearing that down too? On Cameron Street, right near Interstate 83? Seriously, are they? Well, I just, it's really sad for a lot of us to see our old grade school torn down, but I tell you, seriously though, you need to do an undercover investigation as to what is going on. And there is, you and I all know, we should know this. When it comes to strip clubs, you've got human trafficking going on. Let's not play games. We know that's the truth. There needs to be some undercover taking place to find out what's going on. Now, concerning as far as my being a caregiver, I've been doing it for 20 years. I take care of veterans. And I just had one pass away less than a year ago. He was 98 years old from World War II. But anyway, I wanted to make a statement that recently I was taking care of a veteran up on North 6th Street. And I was filling in for somebody. It's interesting, I go in there and the son doesn't even get up to answer the door. I heard somebody call and I went in. He must have laid on that couch for an hour before he finally get up to even that I could have a pair of gloves. But there was dog crap and there was urine all over the place. I was practically tramping in it. And I'm trying to take care of this gentleman who can't even talk. So my question is, and I do my best for everybody. By the grace of God, they elected me as caregiver of the year some years ago, but I work hard for that. I do it as unto the Lord, as even if it was my own dad, who's been gone for 25 years, and he was a veteran. But my question is, what can be done about places like this where you got a son sitting on a front porch and I smell the dope? I'm in there working to take care of his dad. There's crap all over the place. Who do you go to for this type of thing? Obviously, there's something wrong with this picture. Maybe somebody can, give me some advice, help with this matter, what's going on in the city here. Hopefully. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to offer public comment? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Dolores Gaither. I live in Governor Square, but I came to support Mr. Ford and his foundation down there. He's good people, very good people. So whatever they say, I say ditto, because he's there for everyone. But my problem is I didn't reach out to anyone but him. I'm one of them that has problems with Governor Square, and he came to my defense. So I say thank you. He helps the public, the community, and whatever he can do. I'm getting out of breath. I have a problem. So bear with me, but I just say I'm here to support him. And thank you again.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to offer public comment? I don't want to miss anyone. Okay, seeing and hearing no one, we'll move forward with our meeting agenda. Next, we have the approval of minutes. Council members, this would be an approval of the minutes for the legislative session that occurred on June 13th, 2023. Are there any revisions to those minutes? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the minutes stand approved. We will now move to reports of committees. The first report I will deliver, on behalf of the Administration Committee on the work sessions that occurred on June 20th and June 21st, 2023. On Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, the Administration Committee met to discuss one resolution. Resolution 49 of 2023 is a resolution appointing Mr. Joseph Francis Canamuccio III Esquire to serve on the Harrisburg Planning Commission. Mr. Canamuccio was present to participate in a brief interview with council members. Mr. Canamuccio introduced himself by sharing that he moved to Harrisburg 10 years ago. He currently is a Midtown resident who serves as an attorney for the Pennsylvania State Education Association, or PSCA. He expressed his interest in serving as a member of the Planning Commission after a pedestrian accident that provided him with some direct insight into city planning from a public safety and public health perspective. Council members asked the following questions: what sparked his interest? How will he include community input into decision-making? What experience does he have with the disabled population? Does he have any conflicts of interest? What improvements could he make to the Planning Commission? And what was his involvement in the greater Harrisburg community? He responded that he will include community input by taking care to listen to the people who are making the request while being mindful of the rules. He does not have any involvement with the disabled population. He has no known conflicts of interest. He will work to learn more about the work of the commission while providing a useful skill set. He has participated in programming with Friends of Midtown and the Harrisburg Young Professionals. I would recommend to my colleagues to support Resolution 49, 2023, as we continue to fill vacancies on our boards and commissions. This concludes the work of the Administration Committee. The next report you will hear will be from Chair Green on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023.
Thank you, President Bowers. At the work session of June 20th, the Budget and Finance Committee met to discuss Bill 5 of 2023, which is an ordinance appropriating American Rescue Plan Act funding from the United States Department of Treasury and authorizing certain expenditures of such funds. During this discussion, we went over how we would be moving forward with the discussions and amendments for Bill 5 of 2023. We had time for council members to ask questions, follow-up questions, or request information regarding this. During tonight's work session, we will be working through the proposed amendments that were sent by council members. On Bill 5 of 2023, we will be voting on each amendment individually, and the final vote for Bill 5 will take place next week. This allows the legal department, as well as our consultant, time to vet any changes and make any changes because of impact from the changes. If that makes sense. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I realize I failed to deliver my second report on the special work session that occurred on Wednesday, June 24th. On Wednesday, June 24th, 2023, Harrisburg City Council hosted a special work session to discuss the disparity study. Mrs. Sheila Dow Ford, former Executive Director of Impact Harrisburg, and Mr. Frank Robinson, Vice President of eConsult, provided a thorough introduction of the study's findings. Mrs. Dow Ford provided a historical background, sharing the need for economic development outlined in the Harrisburg Strong Plan. Mrs. Ford also shared the process by which eConsult was selected, the timeline of work, and the roles of each of the partners, Impact Harrisburg, the City of Harrisburg, and Dauphin County. Mr. Robinson reminded everyone of the purpose of the disparity study, reviewed the executive summary, and clarified challenges. Next, we bridged the study with work, where council members heard from Mr. Carl Singleton, Chief Equity and Compliance Officer on behalf of the administration. Council members also heard from the members of the Mayor's Equity Roundtable, Mr. Ryan Unger, Ms. Alyssa Harris, Mr. Rick Hicks, and Mr. Kyron Robinson. Mr. Singleton discussed equitable inclusivity and shared an article published by the National League of Cities discussing economic opportunity through diversity, inclusion, equity, and access. Mr. Ryan Unger and Ms. Alyssa Harris discussed workforce development. Mr. Rick Hicks discussed law and justice and encouraged ideas on how to incorporate young people and others in the process. Finally, Mr. Kyron Banks discussed technology available to assist in accessibility. The work session concluded with a strategic outlook provided by Mrs. Marita Kelly, Finance Director, and Mr. Neil Grover, City Solicitor, who provided remarks on behalf of the administration. Mrs. Kelly shared the need for HR improvements, while Solicitor Grover offered next steps, including an executive order formally adopting the disparity study, a resolution to publicly endorse the disparity study, and an ordinance. Overall, the work session was productive. We look forward to implementing next steps to ensure all of our Black and Brown businesses are empowered to do business in and with the city of Harrisburg. We want to ensure that they have all of the support and resources needed to be successful. Effectuating policy changes will be helpful moving forward. The next report you will hear will be from Chair Daniels on behalf of the Community and Economic Development Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023.
Thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on June 20th, 2023 to review Resolution 47-2023, which converts 28 lots into 4 sites in the 2200 and 2300 of North blocks of North 6th Street. The applicant is JMB, and the application was to convert 28 lots into 4 buildings with a total of creating a total of 41 affordable housing units. They're all rental units with a community center space. With a community center space. With the community center space. The first floor of all of the buildings will be ADA visitable, and they do meet the minimum requirements of ADA compliant architectural requirements, which I believe that's 7 units that will be fully ADA accessible. And that's pretty much it. I asked my colleagues to support this development. And that's it for me.
Thank you. The next report you will hear will be from Chair Rawls on behalf of the Parks, Recreation, and Enrichment Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023.
Thank you, President Bowers. Good evening, everyone again. On June 20th, 2023, the Parks and Recreation and Enrichment Committee gathered to discuss Resolution 50 of 2023. A resolution authorizing the city of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a professional service agreement with Skelly and Loy to assist the city of Harrisburg with the bidding process and construction engineering service for the Phase 2 Parkway Creek Restoration Project along the capital area Greenbelt. Ms. Rebecca Vollmer, the city's grant writer, presented information on this resolution. She explained the idea behind the resolution is for the city to hire Skelly and Lloyd to perform work on the Parkway Creek restoration. My fellow council members asked questions such as, is the project funded entirely by grants, or are there city dollars being used, and what terms would be in the agreement? Some of the answers were that 1, any consulting monies will be paid for by grant money, and the city would be liable to pay any costs incurred by engineering inspections. Skelly and Loy have assisted and worked with CAGA for over a decade and are familiar with the inner workings of CAGA. Therefore, I'm asking my fellow city council members to vote yes for Resolution 50 of 2023. And that concludes my report for June 20th of 2023 for the Parks and Recreation and Enrichment Committee. Thank you, President Bowers.
Thank you. The final committee report you will hear this evening will be from Chair Lawson on behalf of the Public Works Committee on the work session of June 20th, 2023.
Thank you, President Bowers. On Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, the Public Works Committee met to discuss Resolution 29, 2023. A resolution ratifying the addendum to the professional services agreement with Dawood Engineering Incorporated to provide services as the city engineer for the city of Harrisburg. The maximum payable fee under this addendum is $150,000. The Public Works Department was represented by Mr. Percy Bullock and Austin Griffin. And Dawood Engineering was represented by Bonnie Dawood, President and CEO, Diana Tucker, Harrison, CFO and COO, and Wesley Heisley, Senior Project Manager. Dawood provides the city services under 3 primary contracts. Working as the interim city engineer, by basically working on tasks assigned by Public Works. They do non-transportation engineering services, tasks as assigned by the administration, Dan Hartman as needed, and RACP business plan, which is administered by Marita Kelly. This addendum is just concerning the work as the interim city engineer. In 2022, there were engineering projects, 24 projects, totaling $196, $337. And they say of that 7% of the total billing went to administrative tasks. In 2023, we had a total of 81, 190 and 62, of which we have 12 projects that were equaling 37,000, and then an additional 9 projects, so 43. Of this, they say 11% of the total billing was related to administrative tasks. Mr. Griffin noticed that the city has 2 viable candidates for the open city engineering position, and he believes that if we hire an engineer, they may still need to utilize the services of the consultant until the new hire is brought up to speed. The funding requested is to be spent only as we use it. I recommend my colleagues support Resolution 29/2023, as we have many projects needing the services of an engineer until we hire a city engineer, and they will also need to ensure that there is a smooth transition once that engineer has been employed. And this includes the work of Public Works.
Thank you. We do not have any ordinances for first reading. We do have 1 ordinance for amendment. That's Bill 5 of 2023. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 5, 2023, an ordinance appropriating American Rescue Plan Act funding from the United States Department of Treasury and authorizing certain expenditures of such fund.
Thank you. Before we begin reviewing the amendments that have been offered, I wanted to provide some updates and clarity for questions that were asked of the NW Financial Group regarding the methods in which the funds could be spent. So question 1 was, and this was outlined in a memorandum that the city received, the mayor received a copy, as well as all council members, dated June 23rd, 2023, in reference to answers to follow-up questions on ARPA eligibility and requirements requested by council during the work session on June 6th of 2023. The first question, are small business incubators eligible? What are the basic requirements and eligibility for these incubator programs? The answer, yes. The final rule allows funds to be spent for small business incubators to assist small or micro businesses in locations that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic without needing to demonstrate that impact. This is in contrast to impacted small businesses where the city would need to demonstrate specific impact on a case-by-case basis. Question 2, are you aware of any examples of ARPA funding small business incubators? The response, yes. There are many technical assistance programs, including business incubators, being implemented throughout the U.S. designed to assist disproportionately impacted businesses. And there is a link to the National League of Cities, ARPA investment tracker database. We filtered the database for economic and workforce development, negative economic impacts, and sorted the Treasury eligible use subgroup column to find technical assistance or business planning and business incubators and startup or expansion assistance. Question 3, is a workforce development program eligible? What are the basic requirements and eligibility? The response, yes. While the language in the final rule excludes programs that, quote, more generally enhance the jurisdiction's business climate, end quote, there are programs for workforce development that are eligible under, quote, negative economic impacts, end quote, and the following eligible use subgroups: assistance to unemployed and underemployed workers, construction of job training centers, job training services and programs, transportation to job interviews, incentives for newly hired workers, grants to businesses to hire underserved workers, job fairs, assistance to small businesses, and assistance to impacted nonprofit organizations. Question 4, are you aware of any examples of ARPA funding workforce development? The response, cities and counties are implementing targeted workforce development programs under the eligible use categories itemized above. Again, the National League of Cities ARPA investment tracker is cited, and they filtered similarly. Question 5, is a natural disaster plan an eligible use for ARPA funds? The response, no. We find no mention of natural disaster planning in the final rule as an eligible use. Question 6, is data available that shows who has been disproportionately impacted by COVID? The response, yes. The final rule, specifically pages 38 through 40, define populations as disproportionately impacted if they are residents of a qualified census tract or are low income. And the definition of low income is included, which is income at or below 185% of the federal poverty guidelines for the size of its household based on the most recent published poverty guidelines by the Department of Health and Human Services, or income at or below 40% of the area median income for its county and size of household based on the most recent published data by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. Therefore, any data qualifying a person, community, or geography as low income will also qualify those persons, communities, geographies as disproportionately impacted. Additionally, Treasury will recognize a household as disproportionately impacted if it otherwise qualifies for any of the following programs: TANF, SNAP, the free and reduced price lunch and or school breakfast programs, Medicaid Part D low income subsidies, Social Security or supplemental security income, Head Start and or early Head Start, special supplemental nutritional program for women, infants, and children, or WIC, Section 8 vouchers, LIHEAP, Pell Grants. For services to address educational disparities, Treasury will recognize Title I eligible schools as disproportionately impacted and responsive services that support the school generally or support the whole school as eligible. Lastly, Treasury also allows recipients to compare the actual impacts experienced by a proposed a disproportionately impacted community, person, or geography to the typical or average impacts of the pandemic in their local area, state, or nationally. In the last instance, if the city needs to identify people, communities, or geographies that were disproportionately impacted, there is likely available data to make a case. Question 7, can the city work in partnership with the school district? The response, yes. The city can assist and work with the school district in either implementing or designing programs so long as the program is an eligible use. Also note that schools received significant funding to address multiple educational impacts resulting from COVID from the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. The final rule enumerates the following school-related eligible expenditures cited on page 138 under public health and negative economic impacts, aid to disproportionately impacted communities, increasing resources for high poverty schools, tutoring, summer education and enrichment programs, construction of new schools. The final rule also enumerates several eligible expenditures for childcare services on pages 97 through 101 under public health and negative economic impacts, aid to impacted communities, childcare, either new or expanded services, efforts to support existing providers, construction of childcare facilities, services for child welfare involved families and foster youth, including kinship care, tutoring, language access, and administering assessments. They also included an appendix that includes several examples from other counties and cities of business incubators and startup or expansion assistance programs. A second appendix B is included, sharing selected workforce development program examples from counties, some in Pennsylvania, and other cities. So that concludes the response from NW Financial regarding use of eligible funds. Excuse me one moment. We will now move forward by inviting Mr. Brian Davis to discuss a comment that was submitted on behalf of the Redevelopment Authority. The button's in the middle, I think, the gray button.
Higher.
Good evening, President Bowers, council members. I'm here to, I guess, maybe provide some context or a little bit of a snapshot of a food accelerator activity in South Allison Hill that was part of a submittal for the Redevelopment Authority. Some of you might remember Allison Hill Automotive. South Allison Hill, is that ringing a bell? It was quite a rung down, large collection of buildings that would have fires occasionally. And it was on that railroad spur between 17th and 15th Street, 17th and 14th. So anyway, as a matter of history, that was when the Redevelopment Authority really first became involved in some heavy duty redevelopment or examination of what possibilities could happen in South Allison Hill. This was back in the early 2000s. So what we were successful in doing was be able to obtain brownfields funding from the Commonwealth. And for the first time in Harrisburg's history, we were successful in getting direct EPA, federal EPA funding for us to do brownfields planning. So with that as a background, we've built on that. And once you're awarded EPA funding, they're very particular. They won't award funding for activities until you have an EPA funded plan completed for an area. So we actually had EPA area-wide planning grant. And as a successful completion of that, we also received a combined EPA and USDA grant for local foods, local places. So we were building on the community input and the community participation components of all of our planning that brought to the front a concept of, number one, having a convenient farmers market resource available to residents. Okay, that was really the genesis of this project, was that we were seeing that, the farmers market is shut down out of Klein Village. That wasn't available. The statistics for South Allison Hill is there's 6,000 residents. It's the most densest census tracts in the city of Harrisburg. It also has the highest number of households without cars. And the other statistic data point is that it also has the highest population percentage of households that receives like some kind of subsidy, including food stamps and Medicaid. So as our work with the community and also as Hamilton Health constructed its new facility, they also have, we've spoken to them about their planned use of, I want to get this precise, efforts to promote nutrition, including pharmacy efforts with an F, pharmacy efforts, okay, of nutritional prescription for those with chronic illnesses. So it puts fresh fruit and food in direct access to the targeted residential residents, people who live in that area. I mean, one of the reasons Hamilton House selected that area is because of the density and because of the high number of people that were, their clients already and that population in South Allison Hill. So I said all that to say a food accelerator is not just a farmer's market concept. It's also a concept that takes into the opportunity for a shared kitchen space. From an economic development standpoint, it's the opportunity for a lot of the mom and pop small bodegas and little restaurants, and even those that may not be open yet, gives them the opportunity to share a restaurant with equipment that they don't have necessarily right now. So they would be able to test foods, be able to test, or be able to just do production out of that facility on an ongoing basis and then sell it out of their facility. So that's the economic development standpoint. Would you include that as well? And that it would also include, of course, I mentioned a covered farmers market, which Tri-County Community Action has operated, but not this year, has operated uncovered. It's just an open air farmers market, very small scale, but it had a lot of people participating. Pandemic, I think, did have some of a negative impact, but they still had good participation. But this is part of, and I'll circle back around to our work with EPA and USDA funds that allowed us to gather key stakeholders in urban growing production, and also then be able to look at those partners listed in our cover letter. And those are the partners that actually help to feed what the concept of an accelerator would be, to help them move their products, their vegetables and whatever they grow into the market, become more of a, you not only have a farmer's market scenario where they're selling their produce, but also where they can be used in the production of prepared foods. So, and then the last component, there's two last components I'll mention. That is the opportunity to have a restaurant in that space as well. And then also have the opportunity to provide for food trucks, food truck storage, food truck. Along with that's the whole little industry that I learned about where they actually need a storage space for each of the food truck vendors. And then they also have a little prep space as well. So being able to program all that into one facility kind of is conscious, because you're now diversifying what happens in the space. So that's the concept of a food accelerator.
Okay, and if you could clarify your budgetary ask?
Yes, one of the hardest funds to come by is funds for acquisition. So that is why we asked, made the proposal that of the ARPA funds be allocated for the acquisition of candidates. It's easier for us to identify funds that would actually do the renovations and the improvements to a building, but the acquisition funds would be most difficult.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions? Okay, Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you, President Bowers, and good evening, Mr. Davis. How are you? I had one question, because this is the Coca-Cola building, correct? Sorry, just being in the area, that's what I call it. I don't. And I know it's been empty for some time. So have you spoken to the owner of this building, or do you have some type of agreement with them that they're ready to sell? Because I've just never known of anyone who has it.
Yeah, our conversations are a bit stale, but when we did talk, there was an interest. The caveat that we were told, that Ashenauer told us was that, and it's when the Commonwealth comes in to take their existing building, they don't know how much they want to kind of hold that structure in reserve in case they need it for storage of their own equipment. That was his condition that he
Okay,
said, depending on how much they need the building, then that would determine, and then that would be for a temporary time until they had a new facility built. As you may know, the changes to the intersection of 83 Eisenhower takes all of their existing buildings. So they have a lot of heavy equipment. That, of course, the roofs aren't high enough in the Coca-Cola building to store many of it, but he did say for some of it, he could use that for storage.
okay. Thank you.
Councilman Majors.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Davis, for being here. So understand the proposal. Are there any, just was thinking through, is there any lots that HRA currently uses or has ownership rights to that could be used to assist in this purpose for, community gardens and, urban agriculture?
I think I might hear two questions there. As far as land for urban agriculture,
Or that could assist in this.
For this particular activity?
For this activity.
we do not own a parcel of land that has a footprint that's large enough for this type of facility. Are the largest pieces of land we had in South Allison Hill, Hamilton Health used those. So in their initial construction and their expansion. So we would need to acquire something that's existing. Are there other parcels, other opportunities than this? I would have to say I'm pretty sure there is. This wouldn't be the only site that would be a candidate site for the activity.
Okay, that you've identified so far. Okay, all right, thank you.
Council members, are there any other questions?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, it's the redevelopment authority that's making the request or
It is the Harrisburg Redevelopment Authority making the request.
and then, so I've never known the redevelopment authority to engage in programmatic work. So can you elaborate a little bit more on the role that you will be playing relative to the partners?
The structure of the operations, we would recommend that it be set up similar to, say, the Broad Street Market Alliance, which I happen to be a member, serve as a member on, but that you would establish an oversight body or for the operations to function. Now, the redevelopment authority has experience in turnkey development. We redeveloped the site and we formed the financing and also performed the construction of the Susquehanna Harbor Safe Haven that's off of Cameron Street on North 12th Street. That's an example of a complete facility that we lined up all of the finances for the construction and saw it from soup to nuts. And then once it was completed, we completed a master lease with Christian Churches United for the operations of the facility. So in my mind, that's the model by which we can deliver the product, the asset, the facility, at the same time be able to work with, with the city and city council on just what the structure of the operational body would be. But I think that the nearest concept or the nearest example is the Broad Street Market. And, we've not done this in a vacuum. There have been different times that we've, talked to, especially when Amy was the chair of the Broad Street Market about, there's a steady demand for space at the market, Broad Street Market, but it's, now it's at near capacity. So whereas some might want to branch out, have a second location in the city, this would create that opportunity for that. But here again, that's a component of a food accelerator, is not the complete purpose of it. So I think that you'll have, like I said, with the diversity of activities in one place that all build on each other and then provide this, the food service and the food resource and the fresh produce resource to residents, that you have an opportunity that it's more manageable as far as filling the spaces for the market, just for the market spaces, and then have your other activities that also, like the shared kitchen, commercial kitchen, as well as a restaurant. Those would be like key foundation activities for this type of facility.
So my understanding was that the application came through with several partners, but it sounds like really it's the redevelopment authority
Yeah.
that get the money and then, so they aren't really partners,
They
they're
aren't.
just kind of supporters of an
no.
application.
And I'm sorry if the cover letter was misleading. What was intended was to convey to you this local foods, local places activity, because we've been so proud that we've got that additional money to organize and coordinate key stakeholders under that umbrella. But the authority received that grant money, and the authority pulled them together as kind of stakeholders, to be able to identify needs as it relates to food production, food growth, urban growing, and then also the disposition or distribution of all that. So that's the group that would, provide concept support and also be able to talk about how this would benefit that industry as a whole within the city. But they're members of that team or that steering committee, but those organizations have no role in this request. Just to be clear. So this would be the redevelopment authority. We don't have a lot of economic development and large redevelopment activities that we really embrace. And this was one of them that surfaced through all of our work in South Allison Hill. And that this would be an opportunity for us to take, like we did with the Susquehanna Harbor Safe Haven. Nobody would step forward to do the safe haven at all. So the authority ended up stepping forward to say, we can build that facility. All we need to make sure is that there's someone that can operate it responsibly once it's done. But this is an example of that. That makes sense. Is that helpful?
Yeah, so then the 900,000 is solely for purchasing the building and rehabbing it. And then the EPA money is for the programmatic part.
The
Or-
$900,000 is solely for the acquisition. If there are funds left over, then that would go towards the facility repairs, upgrades, improvements. We would then apply for addition with having funds for acquisition and being able to have, then we can make other applications for funding to do the construction, to do the renovation, the rest of the $2.5, $3 million, I'd say, for all of the improvements.
We don't have right now any RCAP money that we could.
That would be a source. That would be a possible application. But as you know, we do have RCAP that's designated for along the Paxton Creek rechannelization. And we also have an additional, just awarded $300,000 of EPA planning money for around the Paxton Creek. So we've also just recently received those funds.
And that's it for me.
Thank you, council members. Are there any other questions? Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just for my own edification, so I'm clear, the goal is to use the $900,000 potentially awarded from the ARPA funding allocated to the redevelopment authority to procure the building, then potentially partner for urban agriculture initiatives?
Then I think, to be precise, establish an entity that would manage and operate that facility. The authority can be an initial member of that group, okay, or it can manage and operate that itself.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
within the facility, what
Yeah.
would be the main objective?
Would then be to lease spaces for people for the farmer's market, to lease out the space for the restaurant,
The farmer's market will
be a component in the building,
be in the building.
in the building.
Are you aware that in less than 3 blocks away, there's a current urban agriculture initiative taking place? And then also right up Market Street, the bridge has a pretty robust initiative going on. Did you
Yeah.
ever consider
Yeah.
partnering
Yeah.
or joining?
Yeah, they've actually been as part of our conversation all along,
Okay.
as this even was germinated as an idea.
Okay,
It meets activities or needs that they don't have there at their facility, or they don't have planned.
okay. So the main, I guess, operators, or I don't want to say ownerships when we speak to nonprofits, but who would be responsible for the day-to-day operations
That would,
technically?
that would be your new either the redevelopment authority
Okay.
when it first starts,
Mhm.
or if we're successful in forming a new entity, like the Broad Street Market has a Broad Street Market Alliance that was formed.
Mhm.
The city played a major role in causing that to happen.
You had mentioned the help office, CCU, they'll,
But that's related to the Susquehanna Harbor Safe Haven.
gotcha, okay.
That's the one that's not related to this.
Were they on the letter for support for this? Okay, okay. No further questions. Thank you.
I have one additional.
Yes.
I just had a follow-up question, Mr. Davis, about the building, because I know you said conversations have gone stale. So I think my biggest concern is to give that much money from the ARPA fund, what would Plan B be if you don't acquire this building?
Our plan B would, and I've thought about this, is I have a couple other parcels, a couple other properties in mind. And that we would follow up with those. I broadcast them now,
Okay,
okay?
so you're gonna follow up on those ones and. Okay, I guess it's just a little uncertainty with not being sure of a bill. In my mind, I'm just thinking of, when would this get started if we're unsure that you would get the building, and then maybe you're not, and you have to follow with the other one. So it's just like a time thing for me. I don't like when projects just sit and the community has to wait for something to get so hopeful.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, well, it's not gonna happen, or it'll happen 10 years from now. So I was just wondering, but thank you.
I have a question. What was the last known asking price for the building?
650,000,
And this is as of when?
like 2000.
2019? So pre-COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So a very conservative ask is what we put in, thinking that the price has gone up and may have been accelerated because of different market conditions, but that was our reason.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for being here this evening. As I mentioned to you before the meeting started, as I was rereading every single comment received, I didn't want to miss anything. And I reread the cover letter and I'm like, we haven't discussed this. So I just wanted to provide an opportunity for you to provide some clarity on the ask and for council members to ask any questions they may have had on it. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, President.
Thanks. At this time, we would like to ask the solicitor if he wouldn't mind providing, I believe Councilwoman Daniels asked for a legal opinion.
I've got requests for several.
Okay.
And they are still being finished, but I have answers to your questions in a less formal way.
Okay.
So,
Could you please speak into the microphone if you wouldn't mind answering some of the questions at this time?
so I'll start with what I think the easiest one was Mr. actually Major's question about whether the limitations on amendments that apply to the annual budget apply to this, and the answer is no. The law is very specific of the timelines and when those, and there's a consequence by not meeting those timelines on the annual budget. So this is not in that framework. So you don't have that 10%, 25% cap that you have under the general fund budget. Another one of the questions I believe was about the utility costs. That seems to be expressly authorized in the frequently asked questions. I think it's paragraph 2.24, where it authorizes the replacement of people impacted in the stability of their living. And it includes utilities, and it expressly says including trash removal as one of the utility qualifications that's in there. There was a question about what happens for revenue replacement on acquiring it. And that is incredibly significant to the what you're about to do, what the city's about to do, because the Department of Treasury has made it very clear. And there's three, you understand federal contracting to a little bit for program money and subrecipients. You hear the word subrecipient every time they come back to you for an award. If we give this money to any entities as a direct give, under, because there's 6 categories under ARPA for eligible activities, they become subrecipients, and all of the reporting requirements and all of the turning over of background information along the way applies just like it does now for our CBDG money, whatever the acronym is, because it all comes under a thing called the Uniform Guidance issued by the Office of Management and Budget, which is a fairly strict auditing requirement. The guidance is, if you take one of the 6 categories is revenue replacement, they don't consider that triggering any sub-recipient event. So all of those reporting requirements go away, all of them. They're not collected. They do not want the records. They do not want the data. And they've made it very clear in the frequently asked questions, the summary of the final rule. So even if we were using it for something exactly what's in the current bill or in some of these amendments, if it's recast in this ordinance before it's adopted as replacement revenue, you take away a tremendous amount of the obligation for reporting. I will note from the survey or report that just came out from the state, they took $14 billion as revenue replacement for this very reason, to free themselves to use the money to replenish funds and not have to do the reporting requirements that come with them. So there's tremendous leeway, and they have been very purposeful about it. At the end of 2022, they adopted a thing they now call ARPA Flex, which even made it more broad use of the money. So if we put it in revenue replacement, the categories are fairly significant. We can't pay, for example, still our direct debt, but we're not doing that. That's one thing we can't do. We can't put it into a pension fund. We're not doing that. But they've even come down and said you can use it to fund OPEB, even though that is often considered hand in glove with pensions. So they've really have an expansive list, and they keep saying expansive and non-exclusive or not, lists, because there are basically they're leaving it to the imaginations of governments for what they need. But we have to package it the correct way to do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so now I'll defer to Vice President Green, our Budget and Finance Committee Chair.
Thank you, President Bowers. Before we delve into the potential amendments for Bill 5, I'd like to ask for a 15-minute recess just to discuss some things before we get started with the amendments.
I would caution you to remember the Sunshine Act when you're doing it.
I would not, I will make for sure that I keep that in the forefront of my mind as we take this recess.
Thank you. The time is 7:50 PM. We will take a 15-minute recess. So we will now stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. And we are a little beyond our 15-minute recess, but thank you everyone for your patience. I would like to return to our legislative session. Prior to our recess, we were discussing our sole ordinance for amendment, Bill 5 of 2023. I will defer to Vice President Green.
Thank you, President Bowers. So the way we're kind of going to move through this is I'll go through each proposed amendment that was sent in. Some of these amendments have been consolidated together because different council members had similar ideas. When we get to the end, if there are any amendments that council members would like to make in addition to this, that can also happen. As we go through each amendment, we'll open it up for discussion, and then we will take a vote on each amendment to see if it passes. Tonight, we will not be voting on Bill 5 as amended. That will be next week on our July 5th session, where we will look to vote on the full bill. Right now, we will just be voting on the amendments one by one. So as we get started, the first potential amendment, and Solicitor Grover, please tell me if it's anything I need to add as I go through these as far as technical wording. All of these amendments will start after line 85 in Bill 5. The first potential amendment is to remove the garbage forgiveness program from the proposed funds. I'll open it up for any discussion.
You need a motion and a second on that particular.
Can we have a motion to remove the garbage forgiveness program?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, now we will open it up for discussion. Does anyone want to discuss removing the garbage forgiveness program? I'll start it off. I would like to see the garbage forgiveness program continue on to be in this piece of legislation, as I do know there are a lot of people in the city of Harrisburg that had issues paying some of the utility bills during the time of COVID. And I will be honest, for many of them, the refuse bill was probably the least of their worries. If I had to choose between paying my trash bill or paying my rent, the trash bill is probably going to be the one that piles up. So I'll open it up. Anyone else have any discussion?
Yeah, so the reason I've moved to remove that provision is because ARPA funds cannot be used for debt repayment, whether it's a direct or indirect debt repayment. And because of two very specific debt repayment issues that we dealt with and are having to deal with, this program will be clawed back when we get audited. So unless we already have the money some other place to fix that when it gets clawed back, we're going to be in a difficult situation a few years from now. Oh, and I did ask the solicitor for an opinion indicating otherwise, and so far he hasn't provided anything indicating that there's some other regulation that supersedes that.
I actually cited that a little earlier in this meeting.
No, you spoke about, you identified something else. You did not talk about that repayment.
Yes,
I do believe he did speak about that specifically. I believe in the conversation, he categorized it under utility bills
So
that are allowed to be repaid.
So it is expressly authorized, and when you look at under the final reg, and it's paragraph 2.24 of the frequently asked questions of Treasury, specifically represents can funds be used for eviction prevention efforts or housing stability services, they refer to it. The answer is yes. Treasury provides a non-exhaustive list of eligible services in the final rule. We're
not talking about an individual
Utility costs.
person's debt to the city. We're talking about the city making debt payments.
No, we're not.
Yeah, that's one of the prohibited uses
We're
of
not.
ARPA funds.
We're not paying a city debt.
Yeah, so
It's a
my,
household debt.
The funds inevitably come back to us. It's an indirect payment regardless of how you look at it. Like those are revenues that will come back to the city.
You misunderstand the definition of debt. You do not understand it. You are
Okay,
misstating it.
Folks are,
Right.
welcome to provide their separate legal, whatever. I try to do things as legally as possible.
so my understanding, excuse me, my understanding from the presentation was that that revenue would be something that individual city residents could apply for to assist with their utility bill. And as defined, as Mr. Grover pointed out, utility bills are acceptable for the use of ARPA funds. And I'm just,
And it
yeah, that
it
was-
indicates trash removal is one of
That's
them,
one of
and
them.
arrears are one of them.
I just want to be clear that I'm talking about municipal debt. ARPA funds cannot be used to pay directly or indirectly municipal debt. And what this program does is in the long term, it brings back revenue into city coffers that wouldn't be there because these are obviously money that we haven't been able to collect, which is why we're forgiving it.
That's personal debt, not municipal debt. It's not our debt.
We just paid off AMBAC and we're about to pay off another debt to the senators. Like,
There is no debt to the senators. We paid that off last year. AMBAC is
Neil,
general obligation.
that's fine. We can disagree. We have different opinions on what is municipal debt and what isn't. I am just saying I am not supporting anything that I don't think is lawful. Or,
Thank
I
you.
mean, you can distribute it. It will be clawed back.
I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate the legal opinion. I will ask if anyone else has any comments or questions regarding this.
I don't have a comment. I'm just reading directly from one of the presentations that we received, just to remind everyone of the program. It's Harrisburg, or helping Harrisburg residents in need, and the allocation is $1 million. Payment of late trash bills for residents at or below 250% of the 2022 HHS poverty rate. Months of eligibility are from March 2020 through March 2022. Standards mirror the CDBG CV rent relief program previously run by the Department of Building and Housing Development.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
That doesn't really address the issue because the CDBG funds can be used to repay that. ARPA funds cannot.
I'm not
Oh,
arguing. I just wanted to put in the context for everybody, the program that was proposed.
Anyone else, any comments or questions? Do I say that we're ready to call for a vote, or does someone else say that? All right, seeing no more comments or questions, if we can move for a vote on the potential amendment to remove the garbage forgiveness program.
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
No.
Mr. Lawson,
No.
Mr. Majors,
No.
Ms. Rose,
My apologies. No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Bowers.
No.
Amendment fails by a vote of 6-1.
Thank you. The second amendment is to provide funding in the amount of $600,000 for a Healthy Corners program. Is there a second, or I'll propose the amendment. Is there a second for that amendment? Councilwoman Daniel said she will second that amendment. Now we'll open up for discussion. I'll start by giving a brief overview of what was sent about the Healthy Corners program. So this is a program, this program is to help interested corner stores navigate selling fresh produce. It would involve some training, coolers for some reimbursement for spoilization. While they figure out what does and doesn't sell at the corner store, the city has 60 vendors to sell groceries, and we may not expect all of them to participate in this program. Is there anyone else that would like to elaborate or discuss, or?
I would defer to our research analyst who has conducted some additional research on this topic to share his findings.
Thank you. If you could just introduce yourself first.
Name is Cedric Humphrey. I'm a research analyst for City Council. So I was asked to look into what it would take for Harrisburg to have a healthy corner store program similar to cities like Minneapolis, Philadelphia, and Camden. Understanding that Harrisburg is a food desert, most of our residents live more than 1 mile away from a supermarket. It would make sense that the corner stores in the city offer healthy, fresh produce to provide it for residents and that make it available. I've done some research around the food trust program in Philadelphia and Camden, which started about 12 years ago and then went into a little bit of a snafu, and they've restarted it and that it's working better than ever now. Basically, the program would be 2 parts: helping connect corner store owners with suppliers that can get them fresh produce. One of the major barriers to corner stores providing fresh produce is the simple cost, because they have to order so much less to carry at their store. The prices are extremely high. So it makes it very difficult for any of them to really offer fresh produce in their stores. And then the second part would be educational. I mean, you can, start putting bananas and spinach in corner stores, but if your residents don't know that the food is available, it's not going to sell. If the owners don't know how to properly store, order to the correct amounts, they're going to end up facing losses at the same time. I think that the best way to do this program would be by partnering with a SNAP Ed provider. The closest one in the city of Harrisburg is the Central Penn Food Bank. Partnering with the SNAP Ed provider allows the program to have access to additional funding outside of just the city. And it also, SNAP Ed is educational in and of itself. So it lends itself to that educational piece that I think would be pretty vital for the program to succeed.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question. Is there an appropriate estimate in your research that you found for SNAP Ed provider partnership?
So I couldn't really speak to that because the closest one to us is the city of Philadelphia and Camden, which is like a joint program. Way more corner stores, a way bigger operation. I think the best way to do it would be to start small, to get some proof of concept. If there's any snags that pop up in the way, it's not going to shut down the entire program like what they saw in Philadelphia. I think when I was speaking to Nelva Wright, the health codes officer, we had talked about what it would take to just do a 1 or 2 simple pilot program. And that number was like estimated around 50,000. I think the number for the amendment is for what it would take to fund the overall program to get it off the ground and completely running altogether.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Again, thank you, Cedric, for that. I guess in the proposal, are we wed to a number currently, or, because again, I think those other, well, I'll ask the question. Those other programs that exist were established via an ordinance were established via ordinance, or how did those programs get up and running?
So the programs in Philadelphia and Camden are not run directly by the city of Philadelphia or the city of Camden. It's a nonprofit organization, the Food Trust, that is a SNAP Ed provider that took the lead, did it basically all on their own, secured all of their own outside funding to make it happen. If Harrisburg was going to do this and take the lead, that's why the recommendation to partner with the SNAP Ed provider would be in there. So I can't really say it. That makes sense.
Okay, and the other question is, has Ms. Wright or anyone surveyed our corner stores to see if they'd be willing to participate?
No, that was planned. That was planned if the program was approved. There's been discussions. I know Councilwoman Daniels has wanted to bring in the corner store owners, just not even to talk about this directly, just to get them all in one room and, see what issues they're facing, challenges that they're facing. But I mean, this is subjective, but I don't think that it would be hard to to get corner store owners to agree to a program like this.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Oh, I had one question about it. So let me make sure I'm forming it right. I agree with healthy fruits at corner stores. There aren't any, not really. And one thing I do know is if it's there, if it's in front of kids and parents, they're gonna buy it. But so with this, would we need to put in there, partner with SNAP Ed? If that's something that's important for the amendment, like,
So in the thing, you would not have to do that because you'd have to figure out first, even if the one is willing.
okay,
You know, you're looking for a partner, but you know,
Right.
that would be work to figure out if they're ready to go, if they're not ready to go. One of the things that I think you're gonna need some clarification on is I don't know enough about the numbers. Does this kind of program start in a 600,000 year one? And
that
then
was my
what
second
funds it?
question.
And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I just don't know. I don't know enough
So-
about.
Need that much to start
Yes,
with.
so one of the things as we were working through it, because we do have to spend this money before 2006. I'm sorry, 2020. Sorry. I'm too old. Anyways, 2026, the idea was, the bulk of the money is really to cover spoliation in 2024, 2025, and 2026, which we're estimating, it was a rough estimate, about 6,000 per vendor. One of the big challenges with corner stores keeping produce is the cooler. So some of them may want coolers. Cooler prices can range between 5,000 and 25,000. So we estimated about 10,000. So ideally, we were supposed to meet with more vendors before this bill came forward, but that was supposed to happen this summer, basically. But folks have been talking about it for a while. And I believe several years ago, we had a business person, Devin, I don't remember her title, and she did discuss these issues with corner stores back then. So we know there's an appetite for it. We know it's not by all 6. But the 600,000 would cover pretty much a whole program, because the idea is once a vendor figures out the spoliation rates and which produce will sell, that's going to go away. And, if a vendor starts in 2024, they have 3 years to figure out their produce, and they should be able to run with it after that and not really need our support beyond maybe questions about changing produce and if temperatures need to change,
Yeah, and to your point about making sure, like, if the food is like in your face, if you're seeing it, that's another major aspect of this, like teaching corner store owners, the best way to display fresh produce, how to, rearrange potentially your store to make sure that it's selling. It comes with a high upfront cost because, like Councilwoman Daniel said, you would have to provide, some reimbursement, education costs, cooler costs, but once that's done, it's done. It's not like you're gonna need that money every single year over and over again.
And then you spoke a little about the cost for the store not being able to purchase in bulk as a grocery store may. Were there any subsidies here for the store owners or are we pooling our resources? How do we bring down their
Yeah,
costs?
so that's part of the spoliation thing, because some of the issues will be who are they getting their produce from? I mean, ideally, we have a lot of urban farmers in the city. Ideally, eventually they'll transition to the urban farmers locally, who maybe will become large enough to be distributors themselves. But it's a science. Like some distributors are good at kale and others are not. And I think the spoliation money is really their opportunity to figure that out. Obviously, in the training, Melva will be helping a lot with directing people to distributors that work really well.
Any other comments or questions? I do have one. Would would anyone be open to reducing the amount for this program? I would be interested in a program like this, but I think $600,000 to start is a little steep.
I'm sorry, my fear is that it may not be enough with the scope that we're looking at, if we're looking at replace or providing the coolers for many of the corner stores that are out there, and also covering a lot of the spoilage that's going to occur. That's just my personal thought. If we're looking at it for a multi-year,
I would agree
program.
if we did it for all the stores at once. I think that we're setting ourselves up for failure if we look to do all of them at once. I think maybe a pilot program of some sort would be ideal to start with if we're going to move forward with this. Because we don't want to just put money out there without the ability to administer the program adequately, and then just find ourselves buying coolers for stores to end up with juice in them anyway. I guess that's my fear, is that if it's not properly administered, or if we don't have the capacity to do so, that we'll find ourselves not funding this soon as this money runs out, and that it'll just be, that so many things were purchased and we weren't able to follow up with it.
Yeah, the problem is, part of the reason we're a food desert is we don't have an ecosystem that supports healthy produce. So we can start with one or two, but then we set those up for the failure because they're having to fight everything, right? If it's, even if 15 people alone do it, that would be really good, because there would be 50 people helping each other figure out, oh, this distributor did work, this one didn't work. So, but 2 people to do it alone, or 3 people, like, that's really hard.
I just have one additional question. I do too wonder if, given the whole 600 would be setting us up. I know this is important, but then my second question would be, if we only pilot the program, what would that look like? Or where would we get the money from if it does really well and we say, okay, let's open it up to more corner stores? Then where would we get that money from to provide money to other stores that come to us and say, hey, I want to do this too. This is great. And we notice that it's needed. That would be my concern.
I feel like we're going to run into that no matter what, because this money's not forever. And so we're going to have to figure out how to fund this in the long term if it works. So I think that's a discussion we have to look at too, is,
Yeah, but
future
the
costs.
long-term funding is really keeping up to date on the current science on food maintenance. It's not gonna be like, once, if people do it right, because here's the reality, right? There may be some corner stores who do it for 3 years and they're like, you know what, this is too complicated for us. We can't do this, right? And there may be some who are like, who will make it run and make it happen, right? And the ones who make it run and make it happen are not going to need city support afterwards, So the thing with produce is that there is a lot of spoliation, and that's what deters a lot of people from doing it. And nobody wants to take the risk of investing in rotten produce. And that's kind of what we're doing, because if we don't do that, then there's no chance of there being healthy produce, so.
So I have a follow-up, just clarity on it all the way around. So, and you may be able to answer this, Mr. Humphrey. So let me make sure I'm saying this right. So after the city or the other cities gave a certain amount of money, do you have to keep funding the money to the corner stores every single year? Or you set them up with, this one-time amount of money for you to participate in this program, and then after we give you this set amount, it's up to you to continue on? Or every year, do you have to supply them with money?
You don't have to supply them with money every year. And I think it's not even really in essence about supplying them with money in the first place. It's
Okay.
really about like offering the support to get to where they're trying to go. So, what are the barriers standing in the way of the corner store owners in Harrisburg and the corner stores in Harrisburg providing healthier produce for the residents? Spoilage, the high price of, cooling equipment, refrigeration equipment, not having access to a supplier that they can afford to purchase from at a rate that's profitable. And so offering support in those areas to allow them to pursue carrying those products. It's not like there's gonna be like a $20,000 check written and it's like you
Right.
go, I'm not saying you were, but that's like not the goal of the program. So it wouldn't need that constant influx of $600,000 every so often. And another thing that partnering with the SNAP Ed provider does is it allows the program to access outside funds that are specifically given to those providers to do nutritional education for communities, to provide programs like this. I think it's a crucial element. I don't think the city could have this program as a standalone without partnering.
I mean, I'm in agreement with lowering it only to say, I don't think every corner store needs to do it, but I think corner stores in a certain radius of each other should do it. Because you don't want one right next to the other, but which some of our corner stores are very close.
There would be a lot of things that have to get balanced out as you're
Right,
doing it, because
yeah.
we can't sort of arbitrarily pick, this store and not
Right, I
that store
understand.
in terms of making them eligible.
But you can set a radius.
Well, there are
I don't know.
pros and cons,
Right.
because if you have two stores that are close to each other, they might be able to share the expense of distribution. They might switch up produce. So this really is an opportunity to figure out what is possible and to increase access to fresh produce for our residents. And going back to like long-term, Melva could theoretically, Melva could apply for grants. I mean, the environmental, the EPA just gave the redevelopment authority money for fresh produce. So there might be more money later on, but this program, as we're discussing it, really is to last a 3-year period. They've expended by.
Is there any other municipal government doing this as opposed to the food trusts and the SNAP providers? I mean, is there a place we have a model that is a government set model? Because it's going to involve a certain contracts we're going to have to do. And whether they're reimbursement applications, whatever they are for equipment, there's going to have to be, in theory, some follow-up on the equipment that is it still there? Is it still in use? Those kind of things. So I'm just asking, is there, and so there's things we would be doing if your government is giving away things
I
that,
know the city of York, I guess this was when they were in the process of revitalizing the neighborhood where their YMCA is located, they completely rehabbed one like primary corner store. I don't know what resources were expended there, but that might be a good model. They now offer fresh food. It's been in operation for at least 10 years now. So I think maybe that could be a resource as we move forward.
And I also know the city of Minneapolis does have a program similar to this. It's not exactly as much with the providing, like equipment and education, but it is more of like a supplier program. So, almost like outsourcing the providers to bring in the food and kind of getting like a courier service to take it to the corner stores to lower the price overall. It's same end goal, different means of getting there.
Yeah, so again, has the SNAP Ed provider in our region agreed to participate in such a program?
No.
Okay. Again, I'm not against the concept. I do think if we're going to pursue this endeavor, there are a lot of pieces that need to be ironed out. Again, I don't think we've identified a municipality in the Commonwealth that has entered into such agreement. Looking at the Philly Camden Food Trust, that's it was all private nonprofits working together to work with the corner stores. When you get a municipality involved, I think even a supplier, in my mind, us being a supplier potentially to distribute is a different type of contract than us purchasing potentially refrigeration and insurance violation for. I only identified
We don't have to
60,
cover it. The liability wouldn't be ours.
right, but we've identified the city has 60 vendors that sell groceries. Does that encompass all the corner stores that are in the city?
Yes, that's not an exact number. I honestly do think there's more than that. That number is coming from going through our mercantile licensing, seeing every single store in the city that is listed as a grocer, because anybody that's selling food is just listed as grocer, from actual grocery stores to corner stores. There's upwards of 140 of those, and then going through the list and, checking what would qualify as a corner store. So.
Okay.
Anyone else? If we could call for a vote on this amendment, if there's no further discussion or recommendation to amend the amendment to lower the amount.
Okay. The amount, I'd be willing to entertain a motion to reduce the amount 600 from 600,000 to 300,000. I think, again, not against the idea, but should have some type of proof of concept before we're willing to allocate that amount of money, and ensure we have partners that are going to work with us. I think a partnership going into this would be more beneficial than just as a city taking the lead on this and not have identified all those potential partners.
I would second that.
So is the pilot program off the table? To me, that makes the most sense, especially if we have a SNAP Ed provider possibility, I guess, in the area. Even 300,000 just seems like a lot too, without really knowing what's going on.
We do know that the question is if they're willing to partner. We can't make anyone partner. But I think we're going to continue our discussion here. I apologize. I don't want to seem rude, but we don't usually condone people shouting from the audience as we're trying to have a discussion. Thank you. Council President.
Thank you. So my recommendation would be to move forward with the proposed pilot program where we could work with 1 to 2 corner stores and pursue conversation with the Central Pennsylvania Food Bank, who is our local SNAP Ed provider, to determine if they're interested in partnering.
So there's a motion on the floor.
I know there are
Second,
two.
to amend the first.
I will rescind my second to Councilman Majors' motion. Would you be willing, Councilman Majors, to amend your motion to make it $100,000 instead of $300,000 to fund a pilot program?
I will make a motion to establish a Healthy Corners pilot program at the amount of $150,000 and to pursue a partnership with local corner stores as well as our local SNAP Ed provider, the Central Pennsylvania Food Bank.
I will second that. Now I believe we will be taking a vote
I need
on amending.
parliamentarian instruction here. Is this an amendment or is this a second motion after a motion and amendment?
This is a motion to
Nobody's
amend.
put it on yet.
No, this is a motion to amend the original motion to change it from 600,000 to 100,000 and
150,000.
And Mr. I think Majors had a few details that he put in there that I'm hoping Emily captured really well. So But so you're voting on whether to amend the motion. That is subject to discussion. You haven't discussed 150 in a larger sense, whether that,
So then with the motion in the second, now we will open it up for this discussion to discuss
accepting the amendment.
accepting the amendment to the proposed amendment. So discussing whether you are in agreement with lowering the amount from $600,000 to $150,000 to create a pilot program that will work with corner stores as well as our SNAP Ed providers to create a Healthy Corners program. I will open it up to any comments on that particular matter.
My concern, because I think this is something that can work and work well, but I agree that we need to pilot and that we don't quite have it really formulated right now, and trying to put together the program is probably not best based on we're using arbitrary information. We don't know if 150,000 is going to be sufficient for a pilot or if it's going to choke out the pilot where it just wouldn't perform. Is there a way that we can?
You can make it a motion. One, you could withdraw all motions right you have right now, withdraw them all, and start over with a motion to provide 150,000, if that's a number, or 300,000, or whatever the number is, simply for a Healthy Corners program. And then it has to be developed by the administration as to what goes into it.
I think that's just what we have to do, because right now, I think if we're looking at 1 store, 2 stores, or 15 stores, we really don't know that number right now. So I just think we have to, and I don't know,
I would keep it vague on the concept, and because as you've had Cedric do some research on it, Nelva's done some research on it, but it has to be managed by someone, and specifics have to be figured out. And for example, I have no idea, let's say Central Penn Food Bank wants to do that, but then they have certain conditions for partnership because of their funding sources. We have no idea of those things. So we won't know the details till you dive into the details. So, you know, I think you come up with a program name, concept, and a dollar amount, if that is what council wants. And then it goes and gets developed.
And when suggesting the 600,000, we were relatively conservative because we don't assume high participation, but we assume that the people who are going to participate will be committed to the program. And we want it to be successful. Just for reference, there was a smaller program that the city ran many years ago before my time, and it failed because there weren't enough participants.
You said it
Okay.
failed because there weren't enough.
There weren't enough participants back then. What was the amount of money that was provided? And what is to guarantee that even if we provided $5 million, that we would guarantee participation?
This is many years before my time.
I'm aware of that. I'm not trying to single you out in terms of that, but again, any program that we attempt to establish, we cannot guarantee participation. Any program we attempt.
We have the data from Devin's years here about the corner stores who were interested in fresh produce. Devin was here during the Pappan Foods administration.
I know. Have we served, that's the initial question I had about, have we surveyed corner stores now? That is several years removed, pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, folks that would be interested. Again, I am supportive of the idea. I'm just asking questions because if we're going to establish a program, we can't guarantee participation. So
yeah, we can't guarantee participation
on any program, on any of the programs that we have.
Right, and there's nothing here, right?
Right. So with that, in an effort to be collegial, I will withdraw everything that I have provided earlier and I will withdraw everything and we can start brand new on this. So withdrawn, fresh slate, If anyone wants to offer an additional amendment, feel free.
So that takes us back to $600,000 for a Healthy Corners program. I will simply say I'm not in support of $600,000 for a Healthy Corners program. I would be in support of a lower amount. I was fine with 150,000. I was even slightly agreeable to 300,000, but 600,000 I'm not agreeable to. I'm willing to make the exact same motion, but $150,000 for a Healthy Corners pilot program to partner with corner stores as well as our local SNAP provider to establish this program.
I second that motion.
Is there any further discussion? If we could call a vote for the motion to amend the 600,000 to 150,000 to create a pilot program, to create a Healthy Corner Stores program in partnership with the corner stores and the local SNAP Ed provider. Yes, I do believe, or no, I had a second.
I had a
Councilmember
second.
Rawls, yes.
Ms. Daniels?
And this is on the amendment?
Yeah.
No.
Ms. Green?
Yes,
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Mr. Majors?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Bowers?
Yes.
The amendment passes by a vote of 5-2.
all right, now I think,
And then it's a motion to adopt the motion as amended. So it's a final vote, kind of.
the next vote will be a final vote on establishing a Healthy Corner Stores program with the funding of $150,000 to create a pilot program for corner stores within the city of Harrisburg. I think I need a second.
Second.
And then now if there's any discussion before we
You
call.
do
for-
not need a
We
second.
don't,
You
I
already
don't-
have the motion on the floor. You're just
Alright.
calling the vote on the amended motion.
all right, so then we can call the vote.
Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes,
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Mr. Majors?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Bowers?
Yes.
Amendment 2 passes by a vote of 7-0.
thank you. Moving on to number 3, just as a warning, there's more than 3 here. You said about 16? About 16, I didn't number them, so. The next potential amendment is an amendment to expand the home repairs program to include residents being able to purchase solar panels and place them on their homes. This would add $1 million to the home repair program funding. That's the exact thing that's typed here. I would also like to add to that to include ADA accessibility repairs as well. So I'll read it all together. I just wanted to make that note because the email you got didn't have that last portion in it. But it's to expand the home repairs program to include residents being able to place solar panels on their home and make ADA accessibility repairs by adding $1 million to the home repair program funding. This would assist residents in energy costs to their home as well as accessibility to stay in their home.
Can I ask for a clarification?
Yes.
I assume when you're saying the home repairs program, we're referring to the one that's listed in this as on line 80.
Yes,
The Helping Harrisburg Residents in Need, this is a $5 million proposed program allocation.
Right.
Up to $10,000 in assistance provided to homeowner occupied units with residents at or below 250% of the 2022 HHS poverty rate. Payments would be paid directly to vendors on pre-approved work after satisfactory work is completed. Standards mirror the HUD approved Housing Rehabilitation Program or HRP funding to ensure federal guidelines and fidelity.
So you're mixing three different things. The home repair program, the solar panels, and that if I might make a recommendation that you just make them a separate item, because I don't know the same people would be contracted to administer those. Do you know what I mean? The type of technician you need to put in a solar panel will be different than other home repairs that we have when we put those out for bid under those guidelines already for federal. So I think you're going to have a different skill set, and that may invoke a different contracting obligation in terms of what insurances they have, things like that. The ADA stuff, I think it could be easily part of that home repair. I'm just saying, I think it's going to be the same people administering it, but it's going to be potentially different people doing it. So I think you want to keep it just as a separate item for the $1 million and figure out exactly where it's going to go when they're doing it. So.
Okay, so your suggestion is to create a solar panel program, essentially, like make that its own program, not
for
being part
homes.
of the home assist, right, but not being part of the current program that's already administered.
Right, for homes, because it's not saying businesses, so I would make it clear solar panels for homes and ADA repairs for homes, if that's what the council's preference is.
Okay. Okay with that? Councilwoman Daniels, would you be okay with making this amendment its own program rather than mixing it with the current home repair program? Okay. So then.
Requirements, the home program. So could I designate the income requirement?
Yeah, you would just say the same income requirements as,
Sure.
right,
We had discussed like matching it to the whole home repair.
Okay. So then the proposed amendment would be to create a solar panel program to allow residents to place solar panels on their homes by adding $1 million, or excuse me, by funding it with $1 million and matching the income and eligibility requirements to those of the home repair program.
The whole home repair program?
The whole home repair program.
For clarification, the whole home repair program allows for a slightly higher income
Okay.
applicants to be eligible. That's the county funded program.
okay, so it's not this one that's in here.
If it's easier, just match it.
Yeah, I would say administering two different funding measures is going to be challenging for the same office to figure out you're eligible and you're not. They have to remember that there's two different standards if they do that.
And I will just note that one of the further amendments down here does recommend or look to increase the eligibility for all of the programs, to expand them. But that's not being discussed right now, but so that may alleviate some of your concerns as well.
So that may be, that's a holistic amendment like that may be helpful as we get to the other side of this, as opposed to pulling them apart.
So then just keep it at the solar panel without adding the home repair program.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna try to say it again. To create a to create a home solar panel program to allow residents to place solar panels on their homes. Is that enough, or do I need to say more?
To assist
To
them,
assist,
them to place solar panels. They're already allowed to put them there. So
to assist homeowners with placing solar panels on their homes. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Mr. Baker?
feel free.
Good evening, council.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself.
David Baker, I'm the Parks and Facilities Director for the city. If you are interested in implementing some sort of alternative energy program for homeowners, I don't know if it would be beneficial to just say it in that manner. If you want to put solar panels up, obviously there's a lot more to the process than just putting in like photovoltaic cells. You need to put in some sort of an inverter system, battery backups possibly, or if you want to tie into the grid, There's more more to it than just the panel on the roof. So I don't know if you just want to word it a little different.
So we could say solar panel installation.
You could open it up to just alternative forms of energy if you wanted to. Again, I don't know what you guys want to do. If you want to do wind energy, you want to, I mean, there's many, many different types of alternative forms of energy.
Is the concept to use the large stack of solar panels we acquired?
That
That'd be
could
nice.
be a use, but if there are more applicants, then would we
There's,
have,
we own many solar panels.
so we may not even need to buy the solar panels. But when you're doing those installations, like Dave said, you need, if the roof need repair, you need to repair the roof. If the electric panel needs to be updated, if the electric panel, So I think maybe solar panels and installation, because if those solar panels we have do work, then that's an expense we don't have. Like that program doesn't have.
Yeah, just, you have to understand that solar panels have a shelf life, and the solar panels we have, they've seen some years, and the UV radiation degrades photovoltaic cells. So I wouldn't say they're old solar panels, but a homeowner, depending on how much you decide to give them, might see some decent expense to putting something on their building. And they might not want to start with something that has half of its lifespan in it. They might want to just say, we're going to buy something brand new, especially with newer technology. They have newer cells that are more efficient. So.
We're looking to establish a solar and alternative energy program in the city of Harrisburg to allow for the installation of alternative energy products.
I don't know, because I picked $1 million because I know the price of solar. I don't know what the price of wind is or the alternative methods. So I don't know at this point. I mean,
I feel like that keeps it big enough for us to create the program and put the details a little more in that.
Yeah, I would keep it as a title and a number, it would make it easier. And I will note that the infrastructure bill that was adopted by Congress, they just came out with things called elective pay IRS regulations that lets the cities apply for the equivalent of a tax credit. That's like a refund for programs and purchases that we put together. So you may be able to take this as seed money and expand it into something more simply by the way it's structured. So. And you're allowed to use federal money as part of those things and still get the federal refund.
And we are starting to look into possibility of solar alternative, but mainly solar energy for residents. That's something our sustainability coordinators has been looking into for the past week or so.
Good to know. Is everyone okay with the wording that I just said? I hope I don't have to repeat it.
I thought it was beautiful. So.
Thank you. So that is the motion. I would need a second.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Now opening it up for discussion on creating a alternative energy program for the city of Harrisburg residents to install alternative energy products on their home. Said it slower that time for you.
The question is, where is that $1 million coming from?
At this time, it will be coming from the unallocated funds, as there was no recommendation to reduce anything at this point. I guess technically, if we would have removed the garbage forgiveness program, it would have done that, but
Okay.
as of right now, it would just be unallocated funds. And as we move along, we'd have to see exactly where we are for unallocated funds and if we would have to reduce other projects that were suggested.
One of the things we would be doing when we're doing the vetting of this is make sure the math doesn't exceed the total, and we would let people know if by midnight tonight we get to its wrong number. So.
You plan on being done by midnight?
I'm an optimist by nature, you know that of me.
Appreciate it. Any other comments or questions regarding this proposed program and funding?
No, just that it adds the opportunity if a homeowner wants to have solar on their property. Most people with solar in the city don't pay any electric bills. It reduces their bill, it increases their property value so they could leverage home equity. But right now, it would be, with the other programs, that would be kind of like an improvement. If with the other programs couldn't like improve, they're just repairing the property to habitability. This is an opportunity to invest in helping families develop equity. And I think with the whole home program that's happening, we can leverage this funding stream so that when we do repair a home, it's not just habitable, it increases the equity and the quality of life of the people who live there. That's it.
Do we have a, just a rough estimate on what it would cost to add solar to, I guess, like your average city home?
I think it's really hard because you have to consider the type of roof, the age of the roof, the size of the roof, and the electric system that the person has. So replacing the electric panel could be as much as $12,000-$15,000. If the roof is brand new, then there's no roof expense.
Well, if it's an
There's also
income
if it's knob and
eligibility,
tube.
Yeah,
Right, it's also if it's knob and tube electrical, you might have to rewire the entire house just to get to the point of being able to install the panels, because by code, they have to upgrade the entire house when they make any changes to the any upgrades to electrical. So rewiring your house alone could be 25,000.
Madam Chair, that was one of my questions. What kind of burden, although it's a great idea, what kind of burden would that put on the homeowners? Just like the pride of Susquehanna, their burden to rewire everything electrical. Well, what if we have 100-year-old home that needs more than that? Would that encompass everything for the homeowner, or what burden would lie on the actual homeowner itself?
Well, my belief is we're wrapping it into this home improvement program. So there are probably more funds that are in
Right.
there that are not part of this million. So
it'd be a separate program, and I think we're in that instance, you're banking on the individual homeowner to apply to both programs, seek assistance through whole home repairs, as well as the solar panel assistance.
So this is really where you get to, it's not the legislative function to sort it out.
Right,
It's
right.
what
It's
I'm
just to make
saying.
it available
If-
and
If the
allow folks to
program
sort it out.
only works if you have to do the whole thing, that's just gonna make it, like a lot of things, a competitive application that'll run out of money.
Totally understand. It's just on my conscience. It's just.
No, I'm saying, so as opposed to leaving it to the homeowner to have a piece of it,
Absolutely. Right.
and maybe they do, maybe they don't. What I'm saying is those details have to be worked out. Are you trying to, I don't know. We don't know what the final number is
Right,
gonna
right,
be. And, you know,
Then the question the one question I then have is similar to the whole home repairs where it was capped at a certain amount in the program. So it said $10,000 is what an individual potentially could receive. Are we looking to also cap what an individual could receive for a solar panel? Because they may, even on the whole home repairs, they might likely need to have some buy-in on top of what could be provided. So I think setting a cap on how much for each solar panel install so that it still remains, because it's going to be a competitive process. We can't allocate who's going to get what, but setting a cap on what each individual could receive through the solar panel assistance program.
Yes, you could cap it. You could set a cap at the amount of solar it would take to yield a net electric bill, like a net zero electric bill.
I think
we
kind
do
of
not have
what
the
Councilman
capacity
Majors
to
was
do
saying
that.
is, if it costs you $70,000 to rewire your house, are we taking that expense on as well, or is that your expense? Are we gonna say, we will assist you up to $15,000 towards the installation of solar energy in your home or alternative energy in your home? To make sure we don't get one house that only needs $15,000 worth of work and another one that needs $100,000 worth of work, and then they sell it next year, or, just to make sure it's a little more evenly doled out, not that one person can get everything funded and another person.
I
can't.
think with this kind of stuff, it's very divergent. Like you really could have a house with solar panels with like $6,000, and then you could have a house with solar panels like a lot. So I don't know, I don't know that there's enough information to know what the average like solar roof.
Right, and I would think
Size
that
would be.
that will be up to the administration to do that research and create that cap. But I think that maybe in our wording, we should say that a cap would be established, just to make sure that one is established, so that it can be a little more fairly doled out, not that it could be so uneven, if this would pass. I love the idea of it, being able to expand the energy options available to residents in the city. I liked it better as part of the home repair program, because I felt like it was already created, and we weren't making our, having to do the whole thing from scratch. But that's just kind of my opinion with it, but I love the idea of creating alternative energy sources in the city.
I would recommend that you do have some parameters set around that, because there's a lot of pitfalls when it comes to solar, as far as like energy purchasing agreements and things along those guidelines that can end up costing people a lot of money that they don't realize, because it sounds good at the get-go. So something that has to be kind of looked into in depth before you guys set anything forth.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you for that.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if we need to make a motion to set a cap, but I do think a cap should be set. Just so, like you said, one house doesn't get this much and another house only gets this a little bit, because rewiring a whole house electrically is a lot.
So the information you have on the other thing, like the home repair program, right? It's simply a regulation that'll get adopted once there's a approved budget. I think you just have to go back to the department doing it, and they've got to do the work to figure this out. So the cap may be exactly identical, or there may be a different recommendation on those caps by federal grant programs for these things. We don't know. That part of the work isn't done yet. So I think there's almost always a cap, but figuring out what it should be is sort of the mechanics of people administering the program.
Any other comments or questions? I guess we will go ahead and call. This was just a straight amendment, right? It wasn't any like motions, amendments to this. Okay. So we'll look to call the vote on this amendment.
And read the amendment. It'll
Yes, go
probably be
ahead.
helpful.
Create a solar panel program to assist residents in placing solar and alternative energy programs, to allow for the installation of alternative energy products, funding it $1 million and matching it to the criteria of the home repair program.
Yes.
And was
Except
that
the very
seconded?
first sentence, it's like the fifth word. You said solar program, it should be solar and alternative energy program.
Placing solar and alternative energy program.
Or yes, solar and alternative energy products. Because
Products.
it should say, you said solar panels, and I think it was solar or alternative energy products. So then,
Oh, I see. Ready?
yeah, yes, I believe we're ready.
There was a second.
Was there a second?
Was there a second on the motion? Yeah. So you have a motion, you need a second.
No, there was an
Yeah,
original
President
second by,
Bowers was motion made by Vice President Green and then seconded by President Bowers.
Oh, okay, I lost.
that was a long time ago, but
It was a long-
I
Miss-
guess we can start with me and then call Councilwoman Daniels at the end in case she makes it back. All right.
Ms.
So,
Green,
no.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
No.
Ms. Rose,
No.
Mr.
No.
Rodriguez, Ms. Bowers.
No.
Amendment 3 has failed by a vote of 1 to 5.
The next proposed amendment is to change the spray park in South Harrisburg to an aquatics facility with included design options for a pool area among other features. Also to include council members in the public engagement and process leading up to the design of the facility. Is there a second? Now we will open it up for discussion.
So the proposal notes a South Harrisburg Aquatic Center with an $8 million allocation. So I guess I'm just wondering, what's the difference between an aquatics facility and the proposed aquatic center?
I'll speak to that a little bit. I know I was one of the people who made the amendment. My biggest thing with the $8 million, first of all, I do know we need some aquatic center in the city. That's number one. Definitely out the south. And my thing was I didn't want it to just be a spray park. I felt like a spray park and a pool combination, or at least seeing what designs look like on both ends and making sure the council and the public are included in the whole process. Not to, I don't want to say supervise anybody, but just so that their opinions in every manner of how the development of the center is going to be. So I think maybe the wording got in there because just trying to change it and saying, not just a spray park, but what does it look like to just have a spray park? What does that look like? But also what would it look like to have a pool in a spray park? So I'll just wanted to add that on why the wording could have been a bit different.
And I think it's because in the actual bill itself, it doesn't say aquatics facility or center. It says South Harrisburg Spray Park.
Well, I'm just reading.
You're
what
reading the
was
presentation,
the
which doesn't
presentation.
match the actual bill itself. So I think
Well,
that's the reason.
confusing, but okay, so
So could the motion be to
Do-
amend line 82 to call it what that says? Would that satisfy what Councilwoman Rawls?
That would satisfy me as long as the stipulations are still in there, which they are.
Okay, so motion to amend line 82 to say aquatic facility as compared to spray park. Correct.
South Harrisburg Aquatic Facility. Yeah.
Right, because we have two pools. I second that if that's something that needs to be said, because I think we made a motion.
You already had a motion on the floor with a second, so.
Okay.
Discussion? Anybody else want to discuss anything?
I'll say that I'm not really in favor of the aquatic center or spray park, however you want to label it. I support replacement of the pool in South Harrisburg.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair. Just a few sentiments, just echoing off of what Madam President said. And I mean, I've kept pretty much the same energy throughout the duration of the conversation. I believe there was even a time where Director Baker did mention a pool of some sort will remain, whether it was like a toddler pool or I don't remember the wording in one of the presentations. but it's something that's just necessary, listening to the input of many residents, hundreds of residents throughout our town hall that Madam Chair had. I mean, it's clear as day. Now, don't get me wrong, I really appreciate the initiative driven by the administration and Madam Mayor, Director Baker. I think it'd be wonderful for the area. I live out the South and I know there's so many different areas we can service before we get there. A pool is so needed. I mean, we have children, unfortunately, that drown quite frequently, and we had an incident out the South with such when they climbed the gate with a young man years ago. So just remembering that and knowing my children swim, my children are lifeguards, how vital it is just to have that skill, something that we can use potentially year round, whether it's domed or not. I mean, we wouldn't be able to use it year round if it's not domed, but I mean, there's so many levels of partnership potentially with school districts and neighboring cities that, you know, our students, our youth, even our seniors can come in, our disability, our disabled population could come in and just get some exercise, learn how to swim, you know, really up our complement in lifeguards. This way we're not always on a constant hunt. I do understand and appreciate how a splash park would minimize on overhead, on labor. We wouldn't need the manpower we need on a regular pool day with lifeguards, et cetera. But I just really feel in my heart to heart that, you know, a pool would just serve so much more of a purpose and benefit to the city. So I just wanted to echo those sentiments, just me personally. Thank you.
I think you already said I'll just note, Director Baker, as a part of the conversation, there was a mention of a pool being a part of the aquatic center. Could you speak to, I think it was, we were just spoke about the depth of what that pool would be. Could you just expound upon that?
We were proposing a zero entry, so it'd be ADA accessible. You could literally roll right into the pool. And then it would be a 4-foot max depth at the pool. So obviously you can learn to swim. You can do every stroke you need to, but if something happens, you panic, the majority of people could stand up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other comments? I will just kind of echo what some of my fellow council members have said, and that there is a need for a pool in the city. There is a need for a pool in South Harrisburg. I would ask that council is incorporated in the discussion as we move forward, and look at different designs, and even in the public engagement process as we're looking to put this facility together if this would pass. I think that kind of sums it up. Any other questions or comments before we call for a vote?
So I think you have two different motions that you've on the floor right now, so I don't know which one you're voting on. So maybe you could speak to exactly what the two different ones are.
So the first one is change the spray park in South Harrisburg to an aquatics facility with including design options for a pool area, among other features. Also include council members in the public engagement and processes leading up to design of the facility. And then we had a second one, but then there was a motion discussed about amending line 82 to say South Harrisburg Aquatic Facility instead of spray park. That one did not receive a second at that time.
Okay.
Right, because I think the first one is the one that
I think the first one kind of encompasses
everything.
So that we don't have to, I mean, we'll probably still have to amend line 82 to say aquatic facility, because if not, it doesn't match the rest of the bill.
It should be aquatic center. That's what was noted here in the presentation.
Instead of aquatic facility, aquatic center.
Mhm.
All right, are we all on the same page?
No, because I thought the second amendment was replacement of the pool and replacement of the pool in South Harrisburg, including council members in the public engagement and the process leading up to the design. That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
Did we get a second on that one?
I don't know. Will I move?
Okay.
All right,
So let's do some parliamentary procedure here. So you have a motion and a second. You can withdraw the motion and second the original one, or you can amend the motion, that motion with the council president's motion, but you can't have two concurrent motions going at the same time. So it would be a motion to amend. Is that what your motion, Council
Point of
President?
information, Solicitor Grover, I thought you could have a multitude of motions going on simultaneously.
No, there's a primary motion, a principal motion on the floor. And then there's a motion to amend that, but you can't pick and choose between which motion you're doing. You've got to get down to what the vote is on.
We either accept the motion and you can vote it down if you don't support it and offer a second motion.
On the same subject matter.
I guess
Right.
just for clarity, can we go over it one more time so we're all?
Before we go over
Yeah.
one more time, can I just, President Bowers, so your intent is to just replace the pool, not have any other components?
Correct.
As far as like the splash pad components, it's just pool replacement.
Yes.
And just for clarity, what you're proposing is an $8 million fund towards replacing the pool, which will most likely be more than $8 million.
I understand.
Right.
I do believe anything that we're just, in my opinion, it's all gonna be more than $8 million.
So
I think I say this, I think someone needs a second the
I'm gonna
motion about.
withdraw
amending.
I'm gonna withdraw my principal motion and then we can look to move forward with a new motion, whether it is an aquatics facility or pool replacement.
Wouldn't we be able to, now that Chair Green withdrew the motion, put in a motion to have the facility, as Madam President spoke of, with the correct name?
you can do all that in one motion.
Okay.
And the question is, I think the council president has made a motion. It has not gotten a second yet.
I'll restate my motion since we
Yes.
withdrew the primary one. So I move to replace the pool in South Harrisburg, including council members and any public engagement and any process leading up to the design of the pool.
I'd like to put in a motion to amend the motion by just
Well,
adding.
that
Wait,
was
we
not
haven't
seconded.
even-
You can't, okay.
So
Not seconded
what are
yet.
you trying to do with your motion?
Well, simplify it and also create the proper title and what we're calling it.
So council president's motion
That needs a second.
is not the same as the original motion. It's no longer aquatics facility or aquatic
Center.
center. No, it's neither. It is.
It's
a
just
pool.
the
It's
pool.
taking,
Just the pool.
taking the whole pool out, putting a new pool in.
Yeah.
That is council president's
Outside pool.
motion, the south side, not a south side aquatics facility, center, any of it, just a pool.
Heard that. Thank you.
That is the motion. Now we need a second for that motion, if I'm correct.
I second that.
Now we can open it up for discussion. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or thoughts regarding a pool replacement for the south side pool?
Am I allowed to say anything?
Well, I just want to say something real quick, Director Baker, and then yes, you can. I completely agree with having a pool. My only disagreement with that, with the motion would be, I think they should have a pool and maybe instead of having a toddler pool, a very small splash pad. And I only say that because knowing as, or just seeing toddlers in the pool sometimes, someone's eye may go away. The kids are in the pool and sometimes I'm thinking a splash pad could be a little bit more helpful, a little bit more non-dangerous in the kiddie area, but still having a pool with the 0 entry and still being able to learn how to swim. Those are my thoughts on still having a combination, not just a pool.
So you're way down in the weeds. What would come back to you is an engineering proposal, a contract for an engineer who's doing the design. At that point, that discussion of specifics would be there. If I understand the current motion, it is simply to begin the funding of a replacement pool for south side.
Okay,
That
I
will
didn't know
be-
if you had to have specific things
Nope,
said. Okay,
Nope.
I got you then now. That
Right now,
makes
we're kinda
sense. That
just
need to be
playing with
more
words.
clarified.
What's that?
Thank you.
So right now, we're essentially playing with words,
We
you know,
are.
in a lot of ways.
You're just saying replacing the pool and that could come with any type of design.
Right.
Thank you. I needed clarification.
And
on that.
council would be involved and
Every
the
step of the way.
community would be engaged as well in the
Okay.
design process.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
So I'm gonna be back next week with telling you why that's a bad idea, but that's next week. Okay. To put that in an ordinance.
What you mean with like, council being,
Yeah,
But
as a language in an ordinance,
Well,
yeah.
we don't have to. Where the
can you just say?
primary point of the amendment is to replace the pool. Either people support it or they don't.
Correct.
I think Councilman Rodriguez provided a great overview of what we heard consistently throughout the town halls from residents and.
I'm not saying all
was
that
a
shouldn't
pool.
happen. I'm just talking about drafting.
No, I
Let's-
understand. I understand. I'm just saying, just
Okay.
replace the pool. That's it.
Then we can figure out the logistics of wording that should go in there. Okay,
So
we have a
it's just
second.
pool replacement. Not the other sentences.
Replace the pool.
Yes.
Yes, replacement of the pool in South Harrisburg.
Any other discussion? Councilman Majors? No. I guess if there's no other discussion, we can call for. a
Say
vote.
what you, Councilman Mayers, please.
I was just gonna note to the point that we spoke about earlier. Could this potentially be accomplished by just changing the line 82, from South Harrisburg Spray Park to South Harrisburg Aquatics Facility? Because at this point, as we're talking, we're just trying to amend the ARPA allocation. So does that accomplish the same goal, or do we need to have other language within Bill 5 to specifically outline?
We can simply change it to aquatic center, we could change it to pool, we can change it to whatever simplifies and satisfies, without.
Okay. All right.
Ultimately, a design has to come back to the council.
Right. Okay. So now do we vote on just saying pool replacement?
Would you like to go ahead and read that?
Was that, I just have replacement of spray park with pool in South Harrisburg.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This is amendment 4 then. Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes,
Amendment 4 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Next. An amendment to the Small Business Assistance Program to include an educational and small business development component that will help small businesses to build and create sustainable businesses. This can be done through partnership with organizations and entities in the area. And that is referencing the Small Business Assistance Program of $500,000.
So again, is this a language change?
This is not much of a language change because it's a programmatic change, which is not in the bill. So it's more of a point of conversation than an actual amendment to the bill. Because there is nothing in the bill that details the programs themselves. That makes sense?
So it's not an amendment.
No, it's not, it can't be an amendment because there's nothing in the bill the language isn't in the bill.
I'm confused. So we're still supporting the grants of up to $10,000 to small businesses that were affected by the pandemic. The standards and eligibility mirror the Neighborhood Business Stabilization Grant Program, or NBSGP, previously run by the Department of Building and Housing Development.
Yes, and this would then expand on that program to include an educational component that would help the small businesses to create a more sustainable business plan. The issue as to why it's technically not an amendment is that Bill 5 does not give that level of detail. Bill 5 just gives the numbers. And so if we're not changing the numbers, I don't know if this can really be an amendment because it's not in the bill. That makes sense. The numbers in the bill, and if the number's not changing, can we add something in the bill that would add language to create?
Right, you're not voting on the policy portion, you're voting on the appropriation, that's what you have. What's up, I'm not sure who it is, but whatever it is that you want to have a discussion about the actual policy and the manner this is going to work and what, and how it operates.
Right.
That I think is more of a discussion with the department as it's getting up and running. This is like where you would like to see this go. We could add an amendment later in the bill, not in the section that has the breakout, where and we could craft something where council consultation is required for the following before the money is expended. So, and do it that way. So it basically, it directs in an ordinance, you have a role. And then you get down to the details of it, but you're sort of getting into the executive function when you're doing this. Or you can create an ordinance separately that creates the program. I mean, but that will slow you down a bit. So.
Any suggestions? Because I think a lot of these amendments, or at least some of these amendments, get into the intent of funding, like the intent when council's looking to fund some of these programs, and trying to make sure the intent's not missed when the program is being administered. So essentially the money's there, we give you the money, but then when it's time for the program to be administered, we're not part of that process.
So I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but basically there's a number of proposed amendments that I would support this appropriation, but the council's preference, council's directive is to be used for this type of program, not exactly the one that's been presented to you. Is that what we're getting down to?
Yes.
So our office can provide, I can't do it sitting here, language that accomplishes that as one of the additional sections to the bill, where it basically talks about the intent of the council is as follows, and if you, I don't know if you noticed, but at the beginning of the bill, there is actually a statement of intent under the legislative intent. It starts in section 1. We could amend that with proposed language, which we could circulate to see if people are comfortable with it, to get you that it protects what council's trying to protect, which is its insight into this process and what these programs should be.
Okay. I would be agreeable to that. I would have to, obviously, everyone has an opinion, so.
Right.
Any other thoughts on that?
No, I'd be agreeable to that too. I think that's just the point, making sure when the money goes out, there are certain stipulations, problematic, like program wise.
So, and having a legislative intent is not in all your legislation, and usually it's to focus what you want to happen when you put it together. So we can beef up that with language that taken from what you have here and added to it.
So then the one that Vice President Green just read, that's not something that would really need to be voted on because it's not amending the amount. It's just asking for program pieces.
And what we'd have is
Right.
it would literally be an amendment that comes down. There'll be a series of them now with language to insert into the bill that's not where the numbers are. that address the intent of the council.
Okay. You don't really have to do anything with that one.
Any other comments?
I just wanted to comment on the grant program itself. It's for back rent. So I don't really find that there's any innovation in providing grants of up to $10,000 to small businesses, because I feel like this money may get them through the end of the year. And then what happens? It just doesn't seem like a sustainable model to me. And I wonder if there's a better use of the funds.
So you could entertain a motion to strike line 78 out of the bill, and that would make those funds available for something else. If you do not want the money used for that, you have to remove it altogether.
Or maybe it's just a different iteration of the program, but as it stands, I am not in support. So that was line 78, you said?
Yes.
So still looking to provide small business assistance, but maybe not in the form of just paying back rent.
Yes.
So I think the intent is still to assist small businesses, but with a more robust program.
Correct.
And I think that
yes.
was the intent of the
Yes.
discussion of this non-amendment. It was kind of as follows, to
Right.
create more of a robust program, not
So,
just pay back
But if
bills.
you're going to reject what has been presented by the administration, which is paying for back rent, gonna have to put something expressly in here that that's not what you're approving. I'm just saying, we can add that to the intent section as well, but.
Or we could strike it and allow them to come back down with another idea if they choose to, or council could look to create something and propose it as well.
We do have other amendments forthcoming that address small businesses in various stages. So perhaps the money could be used toward a future amendment. Yes, I move to strike line 78 of Bill 5.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Just clarification, and I could be off before we vote, and then we could vote on what is right there. I'm not gonna make any motions. Would we be able to say, wouldn't it still be an amendment on that by saying I would like to say I don't want it to be used just for paying back rent, but instead use the money to create a program to help small businesses in their first 5 years of a startup, or then creating a hub or something. Can it be said like that?
So I think that gets into what the solicitor was saying, which is adding
Okay.
a paragraph of like intent, or we can expand upon the intent of what council is looking to do. But the program as presented to us is only for the
Right. The back.
paying back rent or back utilities. So that's getting into like the program creation side.
I got
So
you.
we can look to do that and look to get into that side, or we can look to remove those funds and work with the administration to craft that program and then administer those funds later, or for us to move those funds into another area.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jared, I'm Mr. Truesdale, I'm sorry, ready for the vote to strike the 10,000?
Yeah, Amendment 5 will be to strike line 78 from Bill 5. Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
No.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Amendment 5 passes by a vote of 5-1.
The next amendment, I believe, falls in the same category of intent, but I will read it. And then we can have that discussion. And it's for the household assistance for the tree removal program to create a Harrisburg tree service instead of using these funds to contract out tree removal services. I believe that in some discussion, there was a conversation about mirroring the Lancaster sidewalk repair program as kind of a guidance on how this program could be administered. And I will leave it at that. And I guess this isn't a proposal for amendment at this very moment because it's not anything to do with the dollar amount, but I guess it's a discussion about the tree removal program, the tree removal and pruning for seniors program that was proposed in the ARPA allocations. Anyone would like to discuss this program and any changes that we might look to make to the program that was proposed by the administration?
Is this something else we would be able to strike from the line that it's on in order to come back to it and allocate with more of a intent on how to use those funds?
You can do that on almost everything. But then you have to come back with something. I'm not sure what this particular amendment means precisely, but one interpretation of it would mean that we're actually creating the Harrisburg City Tree Service, that we're going to serve houses. We are under the optional third-class city code prohibited from going into direct competition with the private sector. And that's why when you see us doing things like sanitation with other places, we have to do intergovernmental agreements because there's a separate law that authorizes that, but we cannot compete with the private sector. It's an express prohibition in the optional third-class city charter law. So if that's what it means, I'm not sure that's what this means, but that would be one read of the language.
What if it's not going in direct competition, just putting more resources into what's already established to make it bigger, so we can provide more residents with the services needed?
So I think there's two, right? So I think there's two things at play. One, if the goal is just to deal with street trees, and trees fall under what the city is currently required to take a look at in terms of what the city has the ability to do. But part of this program was to help residents on their property as well.
So right now, it's the responsibility of the resident to deal with the street tree, not just us. I mean, and just like
It's also the
sidewalk.
right. Residents have responsibility for both. So we would sort of be going into competition if we created again, I don't know what the intent of this is. Is the intent for the city to have its own street tree service operation?
That was my thought, but you're saying that.
We can't go out there and underbid.
Right, and I understand that.
Right.
No, that wouldn't be.
Right.
No.
But could we, and I know it may be something that we really couldn't do with the ARPA funds, but increase the payroll and the staff so that we can have a greater capacity year over year.
That's a budget discussion.
Right.
It is the mayor who's authorized to send you a budget. You don't send the mayor a budget. That's by statute as well. The positions are union positions. So you can't increase the pay outside the union contract. That's negotiated. You could increase the number of positions in the budget, but the mayor would have to propose that in the budget, or when a budget came down, the council could amend that piece of the annual budget. But doing so does not mean that they get hired. It means that you've funded more positions. I mean, so this is why the mayor's office and the council have to work together on what the goals are, because there's only so much budget to go around. So.
Right. That's just the way I thought that we could address the intent that's here, that we're not quite. This is what I think you're trying to do is get more capacity so that we can go after more trees, and hopefully while we're doing that, Mr. Baker can train some teams and teach them how to get into this line of work. So I understand it's a budgetary
And
conversation.
it's also whether this goes to a contractor which we do that as well. We hire private contractors to do some of the tree service removals And I'm not sure if the intent of this particular one is to put more money out there for that, so more people can be serviced, or it's to put more money in the city's operation, so we service more people. I don't know which it is.
It's to put more money, it's to keep more money within the city and train more people to work within their city instead of constantly contracting.
I just wanted to review the proposed program, so everybody's clear on what we're discussing. It's $500,000 for tree removal and pruning to assist homeowners to address trees that pose danger to the public. My recommendation was to add the language from Lancaster's sidewalk repair program because it provides property owners the ability to repair. In this instance, it would be a tree, using low interest loans and a city sourced contractor to perform the work. So it, in essence, would pay for itself. The city would inspect the final work to ensure it meets requirements. A 3-year warranty is provided on the work. And it would improve the street or streets. But if we remember during our discussion with Director Baker, it wasn't clear which method the program would follow, if it were under home repairs with the income requirement, or if it were under rehabilitation of abandoned property, or if it were implemented as an establishment or restoration of an urban tree canopy. If it's an income-based program, then it could lean toward a specific area of the city. If it's the abandoned property, again, that would be a specific area. If it is the urban tree canopy, that's more of a citywide program, and it doesn't target a small number of homeowners. I guess those are just things to consider.
I would say that the earlier word that you had read, that I would think is operative here, is dangerous. We have lots of trees. It says to remove dangerous trees. Dangerous trees are going to be a very, very narrow, it's not going to be an unsightly tree. It's not going to be an overgrown tree.
Oh, no,
It's
I
gonna be-
understand. I'm just reading what the rule states.
I got you. I'm just saying that's so,
Because I think that makes a big difference on the impact of the program. And I think it would be helpful and provide clarity if we knew what the goal was on behalf of the administration to move forward, but that's just my input.
No, I agree with that. I'm not, because it fell under so many, like you had said, Director Baker, you named 3 of them. It just felt like $500,000 going to removal and pruning of trees. I just wasn't sure of the direction of that, but I also felt too more money being kept locally with local or in-city residents that may have tree services, or Harrisburg trying to, by law, in the ordinance of what is law, of trying to train more city residents on removal of trees that are workers for the city or whatnot. But because I wasn't sure which way he was going with this. It just felt like $500,000.
So I will note that there's technically not an amendment on the table because it's not looking to make any changes to the amounts, and in Bill 5 itself, it does not list out the details of the programs. It just lists the amounts of funding going towards the different programs. In presentations, we have gotten more information as we asked for on details of what these programs would consist of, because as council, we thought it was important to understand what these major categories would entail, not that we were just giving or looking to allocate money towards these large titles with no idea of what that was supposed to look like or even was being envisioned to look like. So with that, I would say that this might be something else that's added to the intent portion, which will be crafted with the solicitor at a later time. Everyone okay with that?
And I will note that line 79 refers to a tree removal and pruning for senior citizens, so it doesn't go beyond that for any other.
Yes, which is not consistent with the presentation that was given. A lot of what is in Bill 5, as far as the titles, are not consistent with the presentation that was given afterwards. And so that's something we would need to rectify with the administration, or either rectify ourselves to make sure that they match, so that the intent that follows matches as well. It's unfortunate that it doesn't match, since this was presented to us as, it's like to be said, over a year ago. And in over a year, we can't get matching information to make the process a little easier or just professional. Moving on, the next potential amendment is for $1 million to create a workforce development and internship program in the city of Harrisburg. These funds will be used to create a workforce development program that includes, but is not limited to, career training opportunities and sustainability, such as the Youth Corps program, information technology, skilled labor fields, and more. Examples of programs throughout the nation that model what options are available are as follows. In Buffalo, New York, they created a neighborhood improvement corps, which included 50 members and 5 supervisors. Theirs was a 2-year program focused on neighborhood improvement efforts. Hiring preferences were given to low-income residents, and court members were also able to enroll in academic and enrichment programs. In Austin, Texas, they had the Austin Civilian Conservation Corps, which is a workforce development initiative resolution adopted in May of 2020. And in Phoenix, they purchased an abandoned Kmart and converted it into a large workforce center that will be operated by local and job training institutions. So the amendment will not have all of the examples in it, but the amendment will be for $1 million to create a workforce development and internship program in the city of Harrisburg. And we would need a second.
I second that.
And then we would be opening it up for discussion on creating a workforce development and internship program in the city of Harrisburg. Anyone with any comments?
I support the establishment of a workforce development and internship program within the city. There are many models of city internships that have proved to be beneficial in engaging young people, but also exposing them to local government careers where sometimes they may get overlooked, but some of the roles are very lucrative. So I think it would be a great positive impact within our city. Of the examples shared, I'm sort of partial to the Buffalo, New York Neighborhood Improvement Corps. It's a 2-year program, and participants would enroll in academic and enrichment programs, as you mentioned. When I saw this, I thought about the environmental teen corps that is operated by the Harrisburg Housing Authority. It seemed like a natural fit that if residents participated in that program, they could roll into a workforce development program such as this.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of President Bowers, I also support this one because our youth are so important to what the future of Harrisburg looks like. And if we don't find ways to show them other avenues of jobs and work enforcement, then we kind of leave them to not being able to discover their potential and how they continue to bring up our neighborhood and how we can also retain them within Harrisburg, which is ultimately the goal, is retaining our residents. And I think this is one great way to retain them and being able to show them that they can stay in Harrisburg and be able to have successful careers. And I also will add to that by saying, yes, Harrisburg School District plays a large role in our youth's education, but they can't do it alone. And I think sometimes we as a community have to say, we can't just leave it up to them, but how do we work together to provide opportunities for our youth to be able to see all their possibilities in the different areas that they can excel in. So I just hope we can support this as a council and continue to put into our community what we want to see brought out.
Thank you. I would echo the sentiments of my fellow councilwomen, and that I definitely support this. I think it's necessary for us to invest in our youth and invest in their workforce education outside of just the schools. I also think that this is just a drop in the bucket and hopefully just the beginning of things to look forward to as far as workforce development partnerships with the city. I would look to continue the program in the future, partnering with the local workforce development boards, as well as the school districts and local educational institutions to continue this program if it passes and moves forward. Because it's something that's necessary in the city. So many of our youth don't even know the jobs that are available right here in walking distance from their house. So it's important for us to introduce them to these opportunities as well as train them so that they're able to pursue them. Any other comments or questions before we move to a vote?
Just a question and not asking you to get too far into the weeds, but how do we envision seeing this come together? Is it like marrying with some of the local colleges, whether it be HAC or whether it be Harrisburg University, or looking at some of the nonprofits that are working with youth as of today, or creating a new program, within the city itself?
I think it's what you just said, like marrying, like with certain, like with IT, you could connect with Harrisburg University. I think it depends on, I think it's connecting with the whole community in a whole and creating internships and, other ways for the youth to connect with the different jobs that they could have. So I think it involves everyone.
I would say different partnerships for different components of it.
But the city is the leader.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You may need an ordinance subsequent to this to put a framework together.
Sure,
Yeah.
we can do that.
So Amendment 6 then will be $1 million, or allocating $1 million to create a workforce development and internship program for the city of Harrisburg, or in the city of Harrisburg. Yep. Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Amendment 6 passes by a vote of 6-0.
The next potential amendment is to appropriate $250,000 for organizations to provide senior programming. An application process will need to be created to allow organizations in the city of Harrisburg to apply for funding towards their organization to support programming activities for senior citizens in the city of Harrisburg. So it will be an amendment to appropriate $250,000 for organizations that provide senior programming in the city. And I would need a second.
Second.
Discussion, anyone want to discuss? I'll open it by saying, I think it's important for us to ensure that we are providing activities for our seniors. I also think it's important for us to redefine what quote unquote senior is, because we do have a large population of individuals that may have retired early that are looking for things to do in their community and might be looking for different programming options. But I think it's important for us to allocate funds for our seniors and senior programming and allow organizations throughout the city to be able to apply for some of these funds.
I just want to add to that. I completely agree with Vice President Green, and also there were many seasoned individuals. I don't want to get it wrong. But seasoned individuals with a ton of knowledge who came and spoke to us today about the Hines Senior Citizen Center, which is definitely a landmark within our city. And this includes them. They have senior programs, so it's including them and any other organization, church, or that thereof that has senior programs to go apply for this money so that they can create any updates they need. But also a big part is creating senior programming, making sure they are having workshops on helping seniors create wills, which has been a big complication for a lot of senior citizens not knowing how to create a will or how that is important before they meet an untimely end or come to an end where their family members may have to figure out what to do with their things, but they have a will created. Also exercise classes or any other programs that thereof. So I just wanted to point that out, that we did hear what people, what our senior citizen population set up here. And like Vice President Green said, changing that age of what defines a senior citizen. So I just wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions regarding this potential amendment? Seeing none, I suppose we can call for a vote.
I just asked for a clarification. Is this money intended to go out to them to be therefore administered by a department that is separately budgeted? Or, I mean, is this the money that's going out the door?
Yeah.
Versus the money to administer and create the program?
Yes, this would be money for organizations to apply for, grant money, essentially.
Okay, I'm just trying to, so it's not.
No, the city of Harrisburg would not be doing senior program. No.
The
We
entities
do
applying
programming.
for the money would be responsible for their own programming.
But it would not help us, like Parks and Rec would partner with individuals that do programming that would benefit all ages, but obviously seniors as well. And it's not for that.
No, I don't think it's for that. I'm trying to figure out how you're administering it, because it will have a component of the city has to administer it.
So what I mean, it will be a grant program for organizations to fill out an application and apply for a grant from the city of Harrisburg for $10,000 to support senior line dancing. I mean, this is just a
Right.
example.
So out of the 1.2 million administrative line item in this budget, and that's what the number is, that would then be used to create this program, the personnel that would do that.
Ideally.
Yes, I'm just.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
From your comment, I suppose you're saying we are adding more administrative functions, but not more money.
Well,
There's
that's
no
sort of
ad-
where that goes. You're adding more
Yeah.
administrative functions without
Yeah,
more.
there's no admin and costs associated with the creation of the program is what I think he's.
There is admin cost, yeah.
But we're
No,
not.
there's no
allocating-
admin costs if
In the
incorporated in this
right
line.
You just need to be really clear if you're creating a program that which part of this part of the budget is. If this is the going out the door money,
Yes.
or is it that? So I can work with that. I just need to know. So.
Well, thank you for clarifying. And did you finish your point, Ms. Director Baker? I know you were saying something, but
Yeah, I was just saying
Sorry.
that we currently partner with like UPMC or Harrisburg Health or item areas like that to do programs, not just for youth. It's it will benefit seniors, it benefits all ages. So I was just curious if it was funds that would benefit those individuals that then we have to ask for financial help to be able to put the programs on, or if it is something that would come directly to the city to be able to just put the programs on without having to rely on third parties to fund those programs. But you clarified that. So.
okay, thank you.
Yes, as of right now, it will be for the organizations to apply and then they can still partner with the city, but it's not money for the city to specifically have these.
Administer programs, yeah. It's a way of helping the healthy living of our senior citizens by helping the organizations that provide programming for them and giving them more incentives to create even more programs.
So amendment 7 then would be to appropriate $250,000 for organizations that provide senior program within the city of Harrisburg. Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Amendment 7 passes by a vote of 6-0.
The next potential amendment is an amendment to decrease the housing repair line item by $500,000 while simultaneously increasing the demolition of blighted properties line item by $500,000. And for reference, the housing repair line item is line 80, and the blighted properties line item, demolition of blighted properties line item is line 84. I believe I need a second if
Well,
that's going to move forward.
so that was one of the amendments I proposed, given where we've already made some changes in those allocations. I would withdraw that amendment unless anyone else wants to offer it.
Right. The next potential amendment is to allocate $1 million for funds to provide grants to assist MBE nonprofits in the city of Harrisburg. I would then need a second, or
I
we can have
second that.
discussion. And now discussion on an amendment to allocate $1 million for funds to provide grants to assist MBE nonprofits in the city of Harrisburg.
I had a question on what that looked like what would, not that we had to have it on here and what that program would look like, but just so I can get a clear understanding of it.
And I think I may have put something in here on this, and I don't know that it necessarily was, in my intent was necessarily for MBE nonprofits on this one here, and I may have conflated something as I was sending in the typing, but what I wanted to do is put money out there so that the nonprofits that we have that are trying to, I guess, do the hard work and filling in the gaps between what the city provides and what's out there through other grants, that we have something that could support them. One of the issues that we had is that we had a lot of small nonprofits that do not have the capacity to go after the larger pools of money to help them do their job. So what I wanted to do is make it so that we can help them fill that gap for that one time so that they can boost their production and have something there. So in this here, when I say MBE, I don't know that I necessarily needed it to be an MBE, but I just wanted to create another line where local nonprofits can apply to the city to have a grant awarded to them that they may not be eligible for based on their current production.
This is a devil's in the details type of thing. UPMC is a nonprofit. I mean, so you have to have a standard. I mean, what the intent is, got to be pretty clear. If you're trying to help entities of a certain size, we got to kind of say that. And then entities of that size can compete for the pot of money. But I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing with, they'll have whole departments that go out there looking for grant money. They will see $1 million and they will provide, a beautiful glossy proposal for, the whole thing. And there's a number of those that could do that, but that's not what your intent is. Your intent is to take the ones that are doing the heavy lifting on, at the neighborhood and small area levels. We have to figure, so we'd have to put some thought into a program, how you would do that. But if I understand the intent, it's to assist small nonprofits in the city of Harrisburg.
Correct.
So.
Yes, that was I believe yours kind of blended, but this was not just yours.
Yeah.
This was Councilman Major
So that
that
was,
specifically said the MBE now.
right. So what I was, the goal was to target historically underserved nonprofit organizations that do business in the city of Harrisburg. I think with that in mind, if we're going to have another opportunity next week to vote on final passage, and if we need to make an amendment, I can withdraw this and try to work with the solicitor's office to ensure that any amendment offered is targeted to the nonprofit communities that we're looking to serve.
So there is, and I had mentioned this to the council president earlier, in the incorporated into ARPA and the regulations is a provision of the federal procurement code brought in Title II, Part 200, point, I think 321, which mandates small minority women and other businesses, which I had suggested perhaps we just adopt that section into this entire ordinance as a standalone, which would sort of create the standard. I read that section when we're doing procurement to be we shall follow that, and we shall make sure it's followed with the federal money. So I think there's a way to incorporate what you're saying into there. But have to be very delicate with it. So,
Dauphin County had a specialty program. It was the Community Matters Grants.
Okay.
And in their program, I'm reading directly from their website. The Dauphin County Community Matters Grant Program was created in 2023 to support underserved minority communities, minority-owned and women-owned businesses in Dauphin County. As highlighted by the COVID-19 pandemic, the social and economic well-being of our communities and businesses of color have a substantial impact on the success of the entire county. I would be in favor of supporting an amendment similar to this grant program, where I think it sort of left it open. The grant recipients were varied. There were some church nonprofits to brick and mortars. So I think it varied, but I think it met the goal. So if the language was similar, I don't know if that's possible.
Could you be kind enough to forward me whatever the link is to that? Just like we are, the proposal from the administration from Ms. Hill is to mirror the federal program. We could literally incorporate that. It would be a program to mirror that program.
Okay.
And then you would already have a framework in place. So.
And if so, I would increase the allocation to at least $2 million. But perhaps
I think you
with
just
all
spent
of
more
the-
money than you have, so.
Yeah, so I will say I agree with your intent, President Bowers. That was sort of my intent. I just didn't get a chance to put it in line with what Dauphin County was doing, but the million number with what I was looking to add was based upon unallocated funds, and given how we've already started to reallocate some of those unallocated funds, was to have the million. So as we can work collectively to address that, so we have a cogent amendment for next week.
So I will go back to the point I was sort of making before. You were adding things that require administration, and you're not increasing the administrative line running, and you're running out of money to add to the administrative line running. So.
More things to think about.
Yes.
So we're gonna hold off on that one. The next one is more of a comment amendment. The next two will be more of comment amendments that will be looked to incorporate into the intent provision. The first one is to implement a recommendation of the disparity study by designated a requirement of a minimum percentage spend with DBE, WBE, and MBE participation rates of 20%. Anyone want to comment on that, or is that something
That
we'll look
should
to?
not be in here.
I think that's a separate ordinance.
That's a separate ordinance.
Yes. And then the next one for discussion is to increase the eligibility for the assistance programs for the ARPA funds to maximize eligibility for city residents. That would include adding the census tract data and other eligibility, other ways that we can make residents of the city of Harrisburg eligible for the different programs that are to be administered. That is more of a discussion point, more than an amendment itself, but it was listed, so I wanted to read it. The next is an actual amendment, and it is to allocate $500,000 to create a community connections hub within the city of Harrisburg. These hubs can be created through partnerships with local libraries, businesses, and nonprofits to create spaces that encourage workforce development, job seeking, and skills building. I would need a second.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Would anyone like to discuss these community connection hubs?
I think the community connection hubs could be helpful as another form of workforce development and training. The model that I saw for this one, the hubs were located in their local libraries. So I believe there are 3 libraries within the city of Harrisburg within the Dauphin County Library System. We also discussed the possibility of utilizing space within the city government center as a 4th community connection hub, but there are other spaces that may be conducive to this.
What does the money go to?
The money goes toward the technology. If there are any technology upgrades, the spaces included additional computers, printers, I guess, projector screens, because there were workforce trainings that occurred, resume building workshops, and other preparation activities for somebody that's seeking employment.
Does it go to personnel?
It did not note that there were any additional personnel needed for them. But I imagine if the library or if another local nonprofit didn't have the capacity, then yes, we would have to consider additional personnel, but that was not outlined in the program that I saw.
Any other comments or?
No, probably just I guess it is a comment, but could it kind of, and maybe I don't even need to ask this, but I'm just wondering, could it kind of go into what we already passed with the work enforcement earlier? Like it can be a part of that, President Bowers, in a way, like part of the programming?
It is still a goal. It was just thinking about, I guess, improving access outside of.
Or we have, right, extra access, like more
Right.
accessible.
Yes.
Being, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I suppose we will call this for a vote.
Okay, this will be Amendment 8. Would you guys like me to read it? Allocate $500,000 to create community connection hubs within the city of Harrisburg. These hubs. That'd be more than that, or that? No, that's it. That's it. That's it, yep.
Yes, you can call it for the vote.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Amendment 8 passes by a vote of 6-0.
The last amendment, which you will not see on the typed paper, is an amendment from the Law Bureau, which is a technical amendment to Bill 5, which is to include an addition to line 83 for ADA accessible playground equipment in the amount of $1,500,000. This item was inadvertently left out, or left off the version of Bill 5 that was previously introduced but the numbers and the total add up to this money already being there. So it's not adding more money to the total you see. It's putting in the words that explain why, if you add everything up, it will be off by $1.5 million. Got that right?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on this technical amendment? Seeing none, if we can call this for a vote.
This will be Amendment 9. Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Amendment 9 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. That will conclude the amendments that I have unless there are other amendments that have been missed.
There are two more that I counted.
Would you like to read those ones?
Sure, that's fine. The first one was, so this would be Amendment 10, allocating $1 million to create a bridge housing program to address short-term housing needs for those experiencing temporary homelessness.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
That will be something controlled by the city.
So it's if I'm correct in discussion, the bridge housing program, bridge being a description of the program. It would be a program to support temporary people going through temporary homelessness. It's not exactly to address chronic homelessness. It's not supposed to be a long-term program for people. But so say I got evicted yesterday and I need somewhere to stay for a couple of weeks in order to get into my next place. It's like bridging that gap to stop people from just being.
Not the title, I guess more who would be facilitating the program.
The city.
Okay, thank you.
So emergency housing was a severe need during COVID. I mean, I think it's a severe need year round, but it was a dire need during COVID. So I thought if we allocated funds to create a program, hopefully it would be sustainable. But it's definitely a temporary short-term situation where people would then, however the program is structured, receive, again, job training, all the things that would prepare them for when their housing need is up, they can move on successfully in securing some longer-term stable housing.
Is this the city would be hiring social workers and the city would be hiring the trainers and the city would be hiring all of those people? Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I would leave that up to the city to determine how best they feel the program should be run. It's my understanding that the Harrisburg Housing Authority does not have an emergency housing mechanism either. Perhaps this is an opportunity to partner if possible. I don't know, but I would leave that up to the administration to figure out the details of the program.
So I was just trying to be clear. So you're not necessarily looking at to be in city hall program. It's the city coming up with a program to make this services provided somewhere in the city. Do you know what I'm saying? I think we're saying.
No, I see what you're saying.
So there are people that have the expertise.
Right, sure. And we can certainly partner with them, but I don't have the expertise. I just know that the need was great. And I know that there is still an existing need for this level of housing. So if we could create something with a seed money, it would be my hope that either the city and partners or a partner could carry on the program, but I just thought it's a need that somebody has to take authority to address.
So, and President Bauer, so is this different than some of the rapid rehousing funds that we provide to, groups like the Shalom House or others to, assist, women with children in need? This would be a completely separate program.
Yes, it would be a completely separate program.
Okay. That's, okay. Yeah, but the city then would still be able to, would the city be able to like contract out and just use those funds? Because I think $1 million would be a good start, but I think there'd be significant admin cost on a program of this magnitude.
Oh, I agree. I think, again, it all depends on the details of the program, I think. Yeah, I can't speak to that. That is not my level of
President,
expertise.
I would
just know it's a
suggest that
need.
something like that would be phenomenal, but we also can partner with the Coalition of Homelessness with Dauphin County. They would have the expertise and allow the city to benefit from it. That probably would work. Terrific. Potentially.
So is this
think
not detailed enough for,
No,
to move forward?
I'm just trying to make sure that the reality is it probably couldn't happen if the city was doing it all by itself. By the time we would have the expertise, the clock would have run out. So-
Definitely great potential for,
But there's tons of organizations that you see that come through here
Yep.
that all have sort of a piece to this, that have some expertise. And, we just have to, the administration would be having to sort out how to coordinate that.
Okay, do you think it's worth tabling this amendment until next week? Or is this something that we can move forward with just voting on this evening?
I think you can move forward voting on it. I'm not sure if you're not out of money. I haven't.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the next question. I just think no, I think we can vote, and then if we need to make amendments next week on allocations, because
Right.
just by my rough calculation, I think if we're not over the additional 3 million that was allocated, we are
Right.
unallocated.
Right.
We are like
We're-
right on the
We're
cusp.
close.
Yeah.
I hear you. I hear you.
So.
Okay, well.
All right, this will be Amendment 10. Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes,
Amendment 10 passes by a vote of 6-0.
thank you. I think this is the final amendment. Maybe it's not even an amendment. It would be amendment number 11, and this was just to add a quarterly reporting mechanism to. Yes. That was
So-
Councilman Major's
Yeah.
amendment.
So I am going to withdraw it only because there is a reporting requirement on quarterly reports within Bill 5. And I may want to add some more specifics next week, but it's at the end of Bill 5 on the reporting. I was just trying to make sure department heads, standing committee members of council got specific reports, but we can clean that up.
Okay, sounds good. Vice President Green, anything else on Bill 5 of 2023?
Nothing else I can think of at the moment. I would like to thank everyone for bearing with us. I just realized this is the beginning of the agenda, essentially. And so thank you to everyone that's further along in the agenda for bearing with us as we go through this process. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll try to make up for some lost time here. So we do not have any ordinances for final passage. We will now move to resolutions. The first resolution for consideration is Resolution 29 of 2023. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 29, 2023, a resolution ratifying an addendum to the professional services agreement with Dawood Engineering Incorporated to continue to provide services as the city engineer for the city of Harrisburg.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 29 of 2023? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Resolution 29, 2023 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 47 of 2023. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 47, 2023, a resolution approving the preliminary / final land development and lot consolidation plan for JMB Gardens located on 28 parcels on 4 proposed sites along the 2200 and 2300 blocks of North 6th Street, followed by LaShawn McCoy, with JMB LLC to develop vacant lots as 41 dwelling units, a community center, and associated site and access improvements.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 47 of 2023? I just wanted to note for the record, we did receive an email response to the questions that were posed during last Tuesday's work session. What is the required length of time that the PHFA affordability requirements have to be maintained? The response was, the solicitor was correct, 40 years. How many people will the development employ? The response, 3 to 5 individuals, 2 within the community center, 1 for management and 1 for maintenance. Will JMB LLC manage the development once construction is completed? The response, JMB Gardens LLC will hire a third-party management company. The company has yet to be determined. Will tenants use traditional keys, key fobs, or codes to access their front doors? The response, traditional keys shall be used. Will the entire community center be accessible? The response, yes. The community center space, computer lab, kitchen, and 1 of the 2 public toilet rooms will be fully accessible. Final question, are all of the doorway widths within the ground level units, the visitable units, wide enough to accommodate ADA and wheelchairs? The response, yes, all doors are designed to meet the accessible clear width. The first floor visitable units are also adaptable units. A type B unit is constructed to a lower level of accessibility than the accessible units. A person in a wheelchair can maneuver in a type B unit. Sinks are designed for side approach, and there is blocking in place for future grab bars if a reasonable accommodation is needed. As a follow-up to the question about the number of accessible units, PHFA requires a minimum of 5% or 2 units. The applicant is proposing 6 units at 15%. Just wanted to note those responses, so thank you for that. Any other questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 47 of 2023? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
With great anticipation, yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Resolution 47, 2023 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 49 of 2023. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 49, 2023, a resolution appointing Mr. Joseph Francis Canamuccio III Esquire to serve on the Harrisburg Planning Commission.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 49 of 2023? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Resolution 49, 2023 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. Our final resolution for consideration is resolution 50 of 2023. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 50, 2023, a resolution authorizing the city of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a professional services agreement with Skelly and Lloyd to assist the city of Harrisburg with the bidding process and construction engineering services for the Phase 2 Parkway Creek Restoration Project along the Capital Area Greenbelt.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions, comments, or concerns related to resolution 50 of 2023? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Mr. Majors,
Yes.
Ms. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Bowers.
Yes.
Resolution 50, 2023 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. Resolution 51 of 2023, Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
A resolution appointing Eric Hagarty to serve as a member of the board of the Harrisburg Housing Authority.
Thank you. Resolution 51 of 2023 will move to the Administration Committee. Resolution 52 of 2023, Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 52, 2023, a resolution approving the third proposed 2023 operations-related budget reallocation.
Thank you. Resolution 52 of 2023 will move to the Budget and Finance Committee. Council members, is there any old business for discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we will move to new business. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to remind local businesses, residents, and just anyone in general that wanted to give back. Hotspot Saturdays is now in full-fledged. We had a successful first date. Our next date will be July 22nd, followed by August 12th, September 16th, and October 7th. Every initiative day will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. For more information or to register to volunteer, you can go to eventbrite.com, eventbrite.com, and just put in Hotspot Saturdays in your search engine, and it will take you right to the page. We look forward to everyone joining in and fighting illegal dumping together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you, President Bowers. I wanted to update the community on two events Parks and Recreation and Enrichment are having in the upcoming week. This Friday, June 30th, the Department of Parks and Recreation present movie night at the band shell. The movie shown will be in Encanto. So please come sing our Bruno song, because that's quite famous still. We don't talk about him. So the show time is 8 p.m. Please bring your blanket and snacks to enjoy. On our country's Independence Day, July 4th, please join the city in our annual food truck festival that is going to be from 1 to 9 on the riverfront. And then we will also be having live music and other things happening while the food truck event is going on. And then there are fireworks happening at 9. So please come out and join us for both events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council members, is there any other new business? Just wanted to note two things. First, I mentioned earlier a community conversation about affordable housing solutions will be held on Thursday, July 6th from 6 to 7 p.m. at Harris AME Zion Church located at 915 North 17th Street. Fernandez Realty Group has a heart for meeting the needs of the community. Our low-income housing projects take a holistic approach to directly address the major social, economic, and health disparities among minority communities. We want to answer your questions, hear your ideas, and share our vision. And this is in reference to the upcoming project, Woodward Lofts. Also, for scheduling purposes, please note Harrisburg City Council will host a work session on Wednesday, July 5th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. A legislative session will be held immediately following. Council members, the time is 10:47.
There is one other thing, Council President, just so we're clear.
Yes.
It has to be a public hearing the night of July 5th on the 5-year consolidated plan. So tonight was a good short prep work for what's going to be next Tuesday.
Okay, well, thank
Wednesday.
you.
So,
Next Wednesday.
but that's got to be separately advertised.
Right.
So
Okay, well, prepare for another marathon, everyone. The time is 10:47 p.m. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.